dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. We're in stage 2. We're in the thick of the Swiss stage, ready to send a couple more teams to the main event.
I'm at the top, that's 1, not 2 or 3. This real life, baby, no make believe. I just make it look easy like ABC. I'm on it 24/7, 25/8. I just pick up the pace and I violate. I eat it all up like a dinner plate.
Time to play dodgeball against the Hunter's Fury. Red carpet down for 100 Thieves. Counter paranoia. Core inserted into the corner.
Sight.
Make a storm as well. Slandy knows where Cora is and just still can't even stop her. That's 4 for Cora. Formation on the 2 remaining members. Now Lydia just has to buy time at 6 HP. The spike's getting tapped. Halfway to Fuse.
I am unstoppable. Look at me, look at me, look at me. My pressure right up and they booking me. Been busy, been putting that work in. I'm dripping, it's working. Around the clock, I get to it. Don't take no breaks, I just do it. Just watch me work, I prove it. I was born with a gift, got the blueprint, top of the class like an A+ student.
I think Cora helped FlyQuest work their way in, but now they're fragging now that the reckoning has expired. For Melia, who's Bob, the spike's been tapped, and she has to play mind games.
What a sick round there by Melia. What a flick.
Welcome everyone to Valorant Game Changers Stage 2 presented by Verizon. We've got 4 teams, 2 spots, 2 casters, and 1 chance left to get to the main event. I got a longer intro this time for you, Vans.
Thank you.
It's Vans and I, by the way. We had 6 maps yesterday, and the fight's not even over.
Yeah, I feel that it might be another night of another 6 maps because, you know, this is the remaining teams out of all of the teams that participate within this stage 2 of the North American Game Changers of Valorant North America presented by Verizon. Any more names that I'm missing here? Am I doing okay for my intro?
Yeah. I mean, drop your government name, the social security, you
No,
know?
I'll just keep it as
Last
Van Silly. I'll
digits
just
of
keep
your
it as
credit
Van Silly. But jokes aside, though, I think it should still be a very good game because the first game that we have is 2 teams that we actually got to witness 2 days ago, which is the FlyQuest Red versus the Blue Otter matchup. And I think that both of these teams found like some good grooves and some good footing into, you know, new maps that they picked, new compositions that it came out with as well, and just a lot of players that were firing all cylinders.
Yeah, let's just kick off with the FlyQuest roster because y'all know these girls dear and well, some of the biggest names that we have in the Game Changers scene, and they popped off. I mean, I'm just a little surprised to see them in a last round scenario. We have the potential to have a Game Changers without FlyQuest, which is like butter on toast. You can't have it without them.
Yeah, and that's a tough part for FlyQuest. They had to play some very tough teams throughout these stages, right? You're looking at the matchup that, again, we witnessed a couple of days ago, which was against 100 Thieves. They've been on an up and up. They had to play against Ghost Gaming a few weeks back. And then you're just looking at how the competition has been overall for this stage, is that it gets very, very close. I think overall, when it looks like teams that are signed or unsigned within this stage of North American Game Changers, the quality of the teams and the players are still quite close.
And this is about really developing your map pool, and we saw just so much of that from FlyQuest when they went up against 100 Thieves, which went to that 3-mapper. We talked to you guys about that 6-map night. This was one of those matches. You need to go and rewatch the 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. That was a grand finals in itself, and they have to face the Giants, the very angry Blue Otter squad, where we became new fans of Kobe on the Chamber. Sia Sentinel was insane, and she was so nice in the interview.
Exactly. I think when it comes down to it, even with recency bias, to see how this series went through for Blue Otter versus YDZ just 2 days ago, definitely a fan of Kobe as a Chamber. Definitely a fan of how Oasis, when you want them to just start activating and being aggressive, they are able to put up some amazing numbers for the team. So if I'm looking at recency bias between these 2 teams of Blue Otter and FlyQuest Red, I still don't think that it's going to be a matchup that's in the bag for the, you know, prominent signed organized team as FlyQuest to be able to move forward. I think they're going to have to fight very hard to try to make it through here to join the other 7 teams that are going to make it to the main event for the stage.
Yeah, in the middle of that fight, this team has also been trying to figure out who is their duelist, and throughout the weeks, there's been a lot of role changes from Oasis being the main duelist from week 3 prior, and then becoming the duelist once again around the week 6 and later. Lover was also the full duelist between week 4 and week 5. Kobe even had some duelist play in week 4 and week 3. So there's just been a lot of changes on this roster to kind of build this perfect puzzle, and I really think that Blue Water hit that stride when we watched them on Monday.
Yeah, and then when you're looking at FlyQuest's side, there's not really any types of like real role changes going from week to week for any of these players. It's more compositional changes. We've seen some last minute changes going into Bind, a map that they've picked against their opponents a couple of days ago of 100 Thieves, and then it was a map that they weren't playing that well on, and then when you saw Bob play into a chamber on that map, she was owning, and everybody individually were just doing some hero plays for the side of FlyQuest to have a dominant victory on this map versus 100 Thieves. And that's going to be our second map here with this series, Lemon.
Yeah, just to go over the map picks real quick, Blue Water choose Haven, FlyQuest with Bind, and Decider being our Sunset. So then to go over at least Blue Water's choice here of Haven. Oh, an absolute masterclass when they went up against YDZ there on Monday, 13-5 with a 9-3 offensive half. Blue Water are just an offense team. It feels like they play offense even when they're on defense. Like they will, if they don't hear anything, they almost get impatient, sometimes in good ways, sometimes in bad ways. So teams can exploit that, but it also means you have to be on your toes at all times against Blue Water because they'll push those barriers, that real estate, and get into enemy territory.
That's the biggest thing when you're looking at the map picks so far. For Haven, for the side of Blue Water, they've been amazing on it. For Bind, for FlyQuest, they've been amazing on that as well. So there's basically opportunities here to really understand the playstyle of each of these teams on these very maps, and you might have to go down to a Decider on Sunset. And if it does go down to a Decider on Sunset, there's just a little bit more tape that you might be able to see here on FlyQuest versus Blue Water that has an opportunity to come out with a brand new comp in itself. And with the way that both of these teams, though, are quite comfortable in playing chambers on different maps, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a team that comes out with a very similar comp to like a G2 Baby Bay on a chamber on this map, and then it just becomes an all-out brawl from both Kobe and Bob, for example, as its third map. We'll hopefully see that and see if we get there, but at first, it is going to be Haven as the one that's going to kick off this series.
Yeah, and FlyQuest like that slower style. Like when they were on Bind, it was a lot of smokes, that single initiator, a lot rides on Ev to set up the duelist of Korra for success. With sort of a newer name coming into Game Changers, as in hasn't been on the tip of the top roster. FlyQuest being the biggest team that Korra has been on, and she has impressed me to this new level. I was a huge fan of their play, especially on the Jet. They don't even really need all this util behind them. Korra is so self-sufficient, and Jet has to be her best agent.
Yeah, and we'll see how this is going to match up between these two teams, because FlyQuest Red playing this one is quite a old/standard comp that we see here for Haven. And with the breach changes, you could still have great opportunities to have good lines, but I think it's mainly on how fast those flashes could be set up here to allow Korra to get openings for the team as they're going to try to get the entries or the retakes within this this map of Haven. On the side of Blue Water, though, one thing that they did very well against YDZ a couple of days ago was just how well they were able to abuse middle in the very beginning of these rounds on the defensive side, but also when it comes down to their attack side, Sia just did a great job sticking with the team, and there wasn't too many lurks that we saw that we saw coming out from Blue Water. So that might be something that FlyQuest have learned from that type of play style that they can maybe abuse once they take over the defensive side themselves.
Before we get into the map, I just want to shout out the hype squad that is here supporting FlyQuest and Blue Water, all our co-streamers, our watch parties. Shout out to you and for supporting this incredible scene. It's our last day of Swiss. We got 2 spots left, 2 matches. And we're going to kick things off with FlyQuest on the attack. A lot of ghosts and a lot of mid watching right now, but look at this lurk. Thea, I've never really seen her in this solo scenario where she's going to go for a big play, and hanging back here is Bob, maybe expecting sort of some defensive aggression from Blue Water, because that's been trending for them. just leave those gaps and FlyQuest will exploit it. And that means Kobe is just gonna get quartered. Thea is just on janitor duty. They have just won this site now for free for FlyQuest.
2 bullets used, 2 headshots given, and now already Blue Water's on the rotate to try to fight back though.
One
Hey,
enemy remaining.
there's what a beautiful fault line too from Ev. It just feels so clinical. Another day at the office for FlyQuest, and Blue Water just kind of exposing these vulnerabilities early, giving FlyQuest some early momentum, and at that, a flawless.
Taking 0 damage across the board too. So a lot of investment was done around utility, and it even looked like they didn't have to use too much of that either when it came down to what FlyQuest was using. Maybe there was that first cross from Thea, but even Ev, the only thing they did was surround the fault line, and they got great value for the team to even hold that pulse plant in the end. So I think it came down to that. We just talked about it. The tape that you can get on certain teams by playing 2 days ago. We talked about how Blue Water loves to take the control on middle with how May and Oasis set up themselves at the beginning of that spot, and they left that gap on sewers. Now they're finally covering that gap, but they're playing that on an eco with only pistols.
Yeah, Kobe gonna be in charge of A short, and Minder, you got the coaches involved here. Coach Joe, so well known in this scene, and Tora for the Blue Otter side. There's only 2 days between their last matches, and it's quite the grind, and this is the last chance. So many matches, so much tape available. FlyQuest, though, do have garage control. Oasis is going to try to block some of this. Need some recruitment, some help over in window, and FlyQuest are going to disengage.
Especially when they hear the double tap as well after the undercut. So they probably initiate the engagement down towards that middle instead, and now you have players walking into their crosshair. It becomes an easy kill for Thea. And while there was no pressure coming in from the A side, FlyQuest now has a read that you're playing soft side on A side. You're forced to play the retake, especially with that recon that clears out the whole site. This should be a clean second round now for FlyQuest as well.
Especially with that ping that Blue Water are right at the door, so FlyQuest have to be at the ready. No flanks to worry about with those trips, so same thing with FlyQuest, except they don't have a fault line this time. It'll just be 2 flashes, which should be more than enough. You've left that top window open. Someone's on that. Like, FlyQuest are so well drilled. And, of course, on this anti-eco, the thing would be how many weapons can you bring over? Blue Water looks like they're not too pressed on adding any pressure to this, so they'll just go down with the ship.
Yeah, and especially when it comes down to Kobe dying first here in these fights, you can't really do any flash recon to get good value, and if you're trying to take some opponents out with the combinations that you may have in the flood. No undercut available because they thought there was going to be a push from FlyQuest on that C side, so they tried to stall it. So I was chuckling a little bit at the beginning of the round because I saw that Aluvali was setting up here and looking at pixel areas down towards that grass to throw the camera into garage. And that's basically a camera that Bob tweeted out a couple of days ago or even a week ago, just to give a chance for a Cypher to throw a camera into the garage and get full vision of that without exposing any players on the outside, on the other side. That gives you a chance to get first round of information. So something that Bob as this Silva has taught over to her Senti teammates and allows for them to get that early garage control.
Like I said before, FlyQuest have very set roles, while Blue Water are a floated different duelists. And Kobe, if it's not Chamber, it's the Yoru, and Korra have to go up against 2 duelists, and on the attack, FlyQuest gonna get pinged and trips. Something they have to, some hoops they gotta jump over, and Blue Water already pressing the advantage that they have off the information, but even the sheriff shots from Aluvali are clean. FlyQuest hold their ground. It's their half, but Korra looks away. No, that's not a friend, that's an enemy. And Blue Water have stepped up and retaken the site while FlyQuest head elsewhere.
Yeah, Bob's just gonna cut, rotates, but gets picked off easily by Oasis. So the good news, though, at least, was we have this ping towards the A-Link, so they do have maybe some sort of inkling that you do have a lurk and a push and space taken here, and it is taken by Aluvali so far, watching to rotate from the spawn. All of them trying to work together in tandem now, or both of them trying to work in tandem to hold this pulse line on their bonus.
They're trying to get forward. Is going to make connection on the fault line, but Aluvali just the timing a bit off. The fault line didn't make a connection yet. And now it's Evan, a 1 versus 3. We'll catch Kobe off guard, but with the Stinger, there probably wasn't going to be enough bullets. So Blue Water really realizing when they don't have as much util running the double duelist, they really got to bring the fire to the fire. And Kobe had such a great splash. And overall, a great engagement to take over C.
Yeah, Luvely just felt like she had to make a play. And I don't think it was the right play, to be honest with you, because you saw what Ev was doing. They threw the aftershock to try to delay and prevent the push coming out from the spawn. Nobody knew the position from Luvely yet, so Luvely could still play on the top of heaven, play that window as Ev is falling back, and now you could set up a crossfire from bottom site and top window. When that potentially will not be checked by the side of Blue Water, as they would triple flood back from the spawn side instead of heaven from the position and the rotates they were coming from. So again, understandable that you're trying to make a hero play because it's a 2 versus 3 and you're on a bonus round, but I think you might have better chances to even make it more expensive for Blue Water within that last round.
And FlyQuest brought most of their weapons into the bonus, so this is easy for Cora. I like that she's taking this one step at a time, not wanting to dash in too deep. Be more aware of those trips and the different setups that Blue Water can bring to the table. You're seeing that they want to be more preventative, and FlyQuest already adapted. Great explosive play from Cora, and the rest of the round will feel easy.
It was really the supporting cast, actually, because you had a lineup to break the shock dart at the front site, so she doesn't get hit by that, and then the beautiful paranoia thrown by Thea blended both players by Radiant box. So that's 2 free kills for Cora, an open site, and the retake's going to be impossible. The only one that's going to stay behind now is Kobe because they invested into this Bucky, not the biggest investment, so they could try to get a pick, maybe escape here if they can with the weapon, but that recon dart's going to ping them out. And that's a round for FlyQuest, and the other 2 players will save their weapons for the next round, being Lover and May. I love that at least. Picking up a rifle, TPing out, and that's a weapon carried into the next round.
Well, I was nervous about if they could get any picks from there, but I mean, Blue Water know this is about playing the long game. This is a marathon, so going down early like this, saving as many weapons as they can, not even trying in a 3 versus 5. You got to respect it. They really don't want to lose out on economy, because if FlyQuest get on a win streak, it is really hard to stop that pain train.
Thing is that Blue Water probably will have to start
cutting through,
mixing up their positioning in their spots at the beginning of these rounds, because so far a lot of them for the past couple of rounds is a lot of B control in the very beginning, and then you're already seeing FlyQuest going always on extremities, and they're just going for flood XX, flood XX, flood XX. And playing soft side on C seems to be easy to do right now when you're just able to break all that util. What I love at least this time is that Sia is saving her camera for the retake with the team. So she's not popping up yet, and she just did as I said that. That could have been a big piece that they could utilize here to figure out where they could throw their util to start retaking the site. This is going to be even more difficult now.
Yeah, just really only needing that recon to get into sight. FlyQuest already know where the trips are, but wait, the undercut making contact, and May at least gets one for their troubles. Blue Water poking and prodding at all the angles that they can. The flash comes out, and it's not enough to support Kobe and the retake attempt. So FlyQuest continue to find success at C.
Yeah, and even the flash was only used to flash up towards blocks instead of bouncing it out in the open, where that potentially would have definitely hit Thea and maybe giving it a chance for Colby to win that fight. But even if Thea falls, the rest of the supporting cast is already there for FlyQuest, playing long range off site and making sure here that they could delay these smokes on the side of Blue Water and not get any real value for them to really enter back into the site. So all very nicely done. FlyQuest are just going to continue to spam this because they're realizing that it's easy for them to take. Now you have a full eco for Blue Water. You're just going to try it again. If you run into a stack, well, hopefully your weapons are going to be better to play against the pistols on the side of Blue Water. And it definitely seems that that's going to be the story that we have within this round. There's already 4 players getting ready to stack up and fight at this spot.
Let's do or die. Hopefully with the lineups, it'll be just easier for Blue Water with the sheriffs. Now you just hope to cut off Cora within the smoke. Now it'll be more difficult to discover, and it just doesn't matter. Cora is good for 2, and Blue Water down bad. And if at least they try all these alternate routes, now going through garage and the top of site. What I like about FlyQuest is they got a trip, right? Probably within that cage at least. Lover will take that down, but gonna actually try to push this?
Yeah, you're on an eco, so try to do the damage if you can. You're already seeing that a lot of them are at their big ults already, so might as well try to go for that double swing and that pick off, and maybe hopefully take Bob down in the process.
Wow. even when Kobe had a nice flash out towards logs, FlyQuest were still quicker to the trigger. Did cost some bodies though, but not a big investment into that round for FlyQuest when it comes to ults. So they can keep this going, and Blue Water, it's now a nice time to take a timeout.
Yeah, exactly. You have ults on your side too. Colby could do something with their dimensional drift. But right now you have to think about how FlyQuest might be able to spam with the Rolling Thunder for a pulse plant. Because so far, FlyQuest has been given C-Sight so easily that I don't think that Ev feels that they need to leverage a Rolling Thunder within this round. But after a timeout, this might be a, hey, let's try to bring it back towards this A site. We're going to get a lot of real value with and real estate with a Rolling Thunder from a breach, from long A into the site, and just have your jet dash into that spot. If anything, they're just going to keep being explosive on these fights because they are disrespecting the fact that Blue Water are not playing for this extremity control for all of these rounds.
May's having a slower start, but they have been so good on openers. Usually in that 13-5 against YDZ, like May was a huge part of that success. The 3 first kills, 4 first deaths, like you live and die by the May, and this ISO Yoru setup has to deliver those big kills when you're missing out on initiator or another smoke or just something else to get re-entries into the site. So that's been the difficult part for Blue Water. So they're trying to be more on prevention duty, switching up the trips, but a lot of weight is on the shoulders of Sia to buy the time that she can.
And I'm liking this. She's even placing trips in the back of the site. So knowing here that when you're playing soft on the A site, FlyQuest are actually adding a lot of bodies into the back to add that pressure. So if it's getting smoked off, she could maybe get a trip kill through the attacking smoke and then maybe help the team go for that retake in the end. But so far, you're just breaking the drone early, and I think the drone may even spotted the jump spot coming out from May. So to decide otherwise for FlyQuest, they give up this A site. But it definitely looks from the positioning here from Blue Water's side that they're looking to play that retake potential with Kobe's ult.
I think the FlyQuest are switching it up, yeah, because when you notice that Blue Water were more front and center than they usually are when the drone gets popped that early, you don't want to get your head popped too. So FlyQuest for the first time are going to take the time to work the map, but this trip is going to be broken, and I would imagine it's a Louvely that'll be on anchor watch. Now that gets popped. Louvely, attention. To guard the backs of FlyQuest will have an open sight, but Blue Water also rotating 2 through B, but they'll have to work their way through a smoke. FlyQuest gonna realize just how easy the day may be. Here comes Blue Water.
Here.
Some initial pings, and the decloak is so unlucky. Thinking maybe you could have decloaked at a safer spot. The timer ran out. The stress mounting for Blue Water. One of their aces out of their sleeve. FlyQuest now with no control over heaven. The aftershock to keep Blue Otter suppressed. Cora, the tip of the spear within. They're actually using the close smoke against Blue Otter. What is this? The retake successful for Blue Water. Fall to the hands of Lover and friends. And Diffuse comes in just on time too.
I didn't like that. Everything was looking to perfection for FlyQuest. As I mentioned before, when you're playing so soft within these sites, you notice here that you don't have to use a Rolling Thunder to execute, so you could actually use it for the pulse plant. So if you're already taking down Kobe in the very first place on that flank, winning a dimensional drift where Kobe was counting on their clone to maybe hopefully blind Aluvali, they get picked off, and FlyQuest should have all the information that nobody follow up behind a dimensional drift. The flood retake should be happening for the spawn side, Heaven. You had delays with the aftershock, but where's that Rolling Thunder back into the spawn to delay it even more, to keep the time into your favor? Give a chance here for FlyQuest to set up. And then suddenly you have Blue Water just running out and picking them like quite easily for the run back within the site. And nobody was ready for FlyQuest to trade after that, and you're calling an immediate timeout for sure. Just to make sure that you're cleaning up your act a little bit more in these pulse plant scenarios, especially when you already had such a great start on your attack side.
And I think it could be just about who is making that decision. Is it, do you trust Ev enough to just make that call on the fly? Is there a leader on FlyQuest who's kind of deciding what ults are being used and when? These are all very vocal players with different levels of experiences. So maybe wires got crossed. That moment of hesitation really costed FlyQuest because Blue Water jumped in very fast and really overwhelmed FlyQuest. And even when I thought Korra had a great timing on the swing out of Oasis's clove smoke, like Korra was immediately spotted. So Blue Water really adapting and overcoming what seemed to be an impenetrable post plant.
Especially when I have flashes to work with. They lost Kobe in the back, so it shouldn't have been that easy for Blue Water to retake that A site from that spot, which is why it's a little bit questionable to see how they weren't able to hold that towards the end for FlyQuest. But at least we get to reset. That timeout's going to allow for them to work in unison, to work towards the C site one more time. Camera gets broken up. Rolling Thunder is still available. Recon Dart for Bob could be thrown towards that back of the site, so maybe they don't have to use a Rolling Thunder right away, especially now that it pings nothing. So they can walk in. They know it's a retake play again for Blue Water. You're trying to bait out the Hunter's Fury potentially. Yeah, so there's that tap.
More in a lurk scenario. So like they're not gonna have those cages at the back site now that their smokes are gone. They were going for paranoia and have been spotted. Now Blue Water will go unhindered. There's that Rolling Thunder. We'll send Blue Water packing, but that's just a delay. Hunter's Fury on the defense. Core's trying to cancel it, and that is an ego play. Blue Water now have exposed everything, and there is no one left on this post plant. What a Hunter's Fury from Lover.
And Blue Water seemed like they just knew that FlyQuest is going to try to go for a flood with the Rolling Thunder to push out towards that spawn. Look how passively they played in the back of that C connector. They fell back towards that spawn. You left your Lover out in the open to bait out the push from the window, and Kobe got so much value out of that flash to not allow Korra to deny the Hunter's Fury. The rest was history because Blue Water, again, had one of those moments where they could just win aim duels with the retake into the site, not even needing to set foot into the site before winning all of their duels against FlyQuest. And
Stay safe.
that will change things around now for the pace of the game, because Blue Water now has a chance to really come back in this one, as FlyQuest are having a hard time holding their post plants after.
Oh, Hunter's Fury. Kobe still finds the shot that rings true, and Blue Water have their duelist on the crossfire. FlyQuest better look both ways, and it looks like Blue Water are just happy to give him the space, thinking the op would be nicer at range, but it does get smoked off, and Blue Water okay, waiting for that to expire, because that was their way to work their way back in.
Yeah, I've got lucky on that one when they didn't get shot by the op of Kobe. So now you ult for information, and then you see that one's in a drone. Easy lurk up for Luvali to get this pick.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, beautiful from Maluvli. Being able to get active around the map is going to get Blue Water worried about who's behind them. And Bob, we didn't see it. We didn't see it. We didn't see it. We didn't see it. Actually, you know, the whole stream broke. I'm so sorry. But Kobe would like to keep this up. Fault line will confirm that for Ev, and FlyQuest are back on their high horse.
And I'll take it for the attack side. So FlyQuest wants to continue to leverage both initiators with the paranoia so that Korra is able to move in the way that she does. She's getting some beautiful impact frags and entries for the team, and allows for FlyQuest to get so much space in these post-plant scenarios. And this time, I love what happened there. It allows, once they're utilizing great utility to figure out where their opponents are at, it seems that they're able to move around the map a little bit more easily and take control of the pace in these post plant scenarios. It took an ult from Thea to get that activation from Aluvali, but now hopefully as you don't have big ults to work with, things could change.
Uh-oh, now you're worried about where Korra can be, and that's like a good timing on the teleport. Don't want to take any unnecessary risks. And look, that teleport's even in place again. Kobe's gonna wait for that smoke to go down as Blue Water generate a flank for the first time while having garage control. Looks like FlyQuest are not going to waste any time off the drone, thinking they have an opening. It went unshot, unchecked, and Oasis had a good time coming out from mid, and all the stacks are all there. Blue Water will collect and pass go. And this is becoming a tighter game than we expected.
And Oasis is even able to stay alive as they came out from the not dead yet to be able to get that last pick. It almost worked out in their favor here for FlyQuest, but another one of those stories where Util is coming through. They're trying to suppress and push back an early flood retake from Blue Water. Just unfortunately not really there to... I mean, they got the first picks, which were kind of nice, but then they tried to fall back instead and started to get shot here in the back from that big flank coming out from May. And that's also the name of the game, where FlyQuest had a couple of lurks here and there, but once you're taking mid-round control and realizing that there's no lurk from Aluvali, then you could turn it around in your favor here for Blue Water, and Maze able to get a beautiful backstab.
Line into deep A, and Thea gets checked. At least will go for one, and FlyQuest just can't stop Oasis. But Cora finds their way behind. It's a good backstab, and Evs left to fend for themselves, and it's the ace, the iBUYPOWER ace for Oasis.
Last round in the half.
And Oasis looks like they were struggling to shoot that camera, but no need to. Just keep looking at it, smile, and then just smile as you take everybody else down from FlyQuest when this cage came down. So it's quite nice. This changes everything right now. Such a dominant start that we had from FlyQuest, but now the tides have turned. Blue Water's starting to build up the confidence here that was needed. And that was needed for a lot of these players outside of Kobe, because Kobe's trying to play this op with the operator. You know how good Kobe's been with the op 2 days ago when they were playing Chamber for this team. Rare misses coming out, but not this time.
Kobe won't miss those twice, and that's opposition. They'll have to re-clear, and teleporting back. Kind of the same scenario, and just in case anybody else were to try and follow up, Kobe's back in a safe position now with the dimensional drift. Lover still has a drone, so they're going to maybe head further back to have some safe space to use this.
Cover going out.
I'd like to see us try to play the contact, but instead the smoke just gives the position away. I was gonna say, try to move up, try to get Ev into an orb, plant something so you get the Rolling Thunder and the Pulse plant, but it looks like they want to focus up on Thea to get the plant down and insert. There we go. There is that plant. But Ev's now gonna have to be stuck to play towards default box, and hopefully they get a pick out of this. If they could escape down towards sewers after a pick, that might be a win con here for Fly.
Alright, lurking around. Kobe has to choose their moment carefully, and I like this one with using the Oasis smoke is so smart. Now Oasis wants to do even more work without them, and I guess Goomba Stomping Mob is hilarious. Does not get the kill, but Blue Water will end this half 6-6. After how this started, this is quite the comeback.
And you saw the same scenario when Blue Water is able to get the information that they need. Now you can have utility rather to combo to start retaking that site. So Kobe now finally moves in to find the info for the team instead of being the flanker. Realizes that Ev is still being stuck. Play towards that default box at that plant. So an undercut and a shock dart immediately takes them down, and they're not able to leverage the Rolling Thunder to lay even more. So very, very nice half done up by Blue Otter to come back from what could have been such a huge deficit because of how good FlyQuest have been operating here on these side execs. And look at that. It's 4 diffuses that they were able to combine on their side since that timeout hauled out by Blue Water out of the, what, 5 plants that we saw?
Them hard. Over there.
Yeah. FlyQuest had that flawless pistol. Came in with a game plan and knew how to execute it. But this is a different beast now that they're facing. Blue Water not only found confidence, but found their shot too. They're shooting their shot too. Oasis did not know they had that dog in them. I am so impressed. And now Blue Water get to be on their best side, on their best behavior on the offense. This is now the aggression that they can pick up, the double duelist that we can see flourish, and Kobe's not going to get any luck solo today.
This is solo lurk up 2 on 1v1 at that spot. Now Fly has good info of the rotate back towards the A site, so they want to try to take mid control first, and then have some players slowly rotate here towards this A site. Very nice movement coming out from the defensive side. They still have Camera and Chirp watching towards the C site long. They're in a good spot here. Not necessarily to stall, but to have a fast retake for the team.
You're just hearing that exec from Blue Water, so already see some Heaven control. FlyQuest sending the whole gang up there too, and using the clove smokes against them. Lover will throw out their recon, and it doesn't look like FlyQuest have too much of an impact. It is 3 versus 4, favor of FlyQuest, and yeah, some good kills from Thea. Just 1 left. Oasis dodging the paranoia, unfortunately, is blinded near side. It does what they can, and Thea's a big playmaker today.
4 pistol rounds, 100%. Almost lost that one for the side of FlyQuest because she was still stuck in Omen form to try to get the smoke out for the retake for FlyQuest as the double players pushed out towards that spawn. Thankfully, nobody checked that corner of where that KJ usually places the lockdown. They were so focused to fight back towards that spawn that they was able to get out of that scenario and then pick up those 2 kills in the end. And that was May pushing forward, and they got picked off. A big piss around being won by FlyQuest to really get their confidence back for the start of the second half.
And Thea's been this young player that has learned so much from other veterans in the scene and is now, I think, in that conversation, not even just now, but has really grown to be a top player and finds themselves on a top team. So it speaks to the talent that not only Thea, but the whole team has to, with their hopes, try to get to the main event, which obviously has been a bumpy road considering FlyQuest is in the last round, last match scenario. But this has been a fluid roster that have had pieces come in and out depending on life situations. So now with the stable core, they're hoping to give it their best shot. And I think winning both pistols bodes well to have the advantage go back in FlyQuest's favor.
Thing is, you have to think of it from Blue Otter's side as well. They lost pistol, and they didn't lose bonus, but it made it very expensive here for FlyQuest, and then they were still able to make it a 6-6. So if this scenario repeats, especially as you mentioned before, how good they've been playing on the attack side with what we've witnessed, how they executed with Sia as part of the pack against YDZ, they still have a good chance here to win this map, but at least also keep this game close between FlyQuest, who had a great start at the very beginning.
And there's so much talent on both squads. I really hate to say goodbye to any of the teams that we have today. Reminder to everyone, it's elimination / promotion day, I guess, to go to the main event. So both good and bad. And this is the last stage of Game Changers too. So then, you know, there's other tournaments, there's fun havers and other community things, challengers, if people are qualifying for that these days. And I think even teams like SRG.
Yeah. You want to go to Korea.
Oh,
you
Radiant Academies too, yeah.
Yeah, but you definitely want to try to make it to Korea for either of these teams here for the finals for Game Changers Champs.
Ooh, the judge does work, and it's the executioner too. Oh my god, Lover wanted some too. I'm surprised everyone's challenging this. Aluvli almost got away with the ace, but the judge ranged supreme here in Garage.
Yeah, great denial. Now you have a weapon coming in or a gun round for the side of Blue Otter. As you're looking at the state of the game, though, going into their eco rounds or whatnot, they weren't really trying to orb max and min max, making sure that they could start carrying and snowballing ults on their side. And they haven't done enough damage here against FlyQuest, so FlyQuest could still carry some very strong weapons into this round. Thankfully, though, full shields for across the board for Blue Water, which will allow for them to survive a shot out of Bob, who's currently playing this solo on the A site. So as she finds contact, they'll play stall as much as they can with Ev. And then she could fall back. They could try to set up and then still play rifles versus rifles from Thea and Korra.
And the judge. Can't forget the judge. Kobe trying to get up close and personal. Using the teleports where they can. Be finding themselves beside May to try and close the door where FlyQuest are currently being taken from. Bob, though, is going to set things up. It's taken a while for the plan to develop, though. But Ev knows there's some trouble afoot. Actually, below them. For aftershocks, fault lines, flashes. This is going to be a Hail Mary for FlyQuest, letting every second tick down. Now that kind of FlyQuest are operating blind, Korra has to make entry and get the attention. And there was the paranoia as the fault lines in. We got the daggers in the backs of Blue Water, but Oasis back in the corner. 3K to turn this back in Blue Water's corner.
And just unfortunate on the 1v1. Lover held on to that recon dart and just waited for that to come up as soon as possible so they could use it, and it does get the ping onto Thea on the 1v1. It looked so good as soon as Korra engaged into the dash inside her own smoke, so she got a lot of information of where 2 players were at, and FlyQuest started really finding some great value in kills behind the smokes that they threw on that flood retake. And then again, when it comes down to that 1v1, Lover is able to save that here for Blue Water and not allow here for FlyQuest to convert a bonus round on their side.
Oasis is on a roll today. Woo. Look at this. Now the ISO util. Oh, through the double tap, through the fire and the flames. Core does not care, but the other side goes unchecked. And Blue Otter kind of dig themselves out of a hole. Blue Otter still trying to plant, though, through B main. There is some trouble afoot, and the crossfire set up, but with only 2 people left, somebody's got to plant. No, you do it. No, you do it. But there is going to be trouble on multiple angles the more that they wait. Fake teleport from Thea. In a way, Kobe falls for it. Lover at least can trade, but where's the last player? Sova versus Sova.
Bob took way too long to rotate across. Now Lover has a window to reposition before. Oh! Crosshair placed towards the end for Bob to be able to win it. I was just, again, trying to mention they were doing such a good job here. Speaking of Thea, staying inside Bunny, keeping those players at bay, running that clock down to give a chance here for Bob to start rotating across and getting the backstab towards the end. It was another one of those scenarios where potentially Lover could have won another 1v1, but thankfully Bob was able to insert herself in a better angle. And Lover walked right into that. FlyQuest able to break the economy on the side of Blue Water. We're now forced on only 1 stinger and some pistols, and they had some sort of rush earlier on, some sort of tempo inside the B site. And that might be the place that they want to finish again on the lower buy here on Haven.
Now on a full Saints. Oh, you got a stinger. I'd like to see what Kobe can do, and with the deadly duo of May, they're gonna make as much noise as they can at A. Really sell this fake.
Only keeps 1, but nobody else is moving out here for Blue Water. So as you stay patient for FlyQuest, again, better weapons. You have players walking to the crosshair. This should be a free kill for Bob, but May is able to jiggle away from it.
Okay, keep them humble, keep them occupied, but now it's the camera that gets shots from FlyQuest, so they gotta race over. And even FlyQuest aren't fully sure where the commitment is.
I mean, camera breaks, you put a smoke in front of it, so that's going to stall Blue Water and make them think otherwise of trying to push up towards the C site for a plant. So they pivot back towards A, but because of the trips that are still up here on C and B, you can keep these 3 players alive inside this A site for FlyQuest. Retake's going to be the take's going to be difficult for Blue Water here.
Cora watching both sides, and Cora up in their face, and the dagger to the back of the brain, and it's Blue Water that have to disengage, so you don't want to fall for any paranoias and breach util that could come their way, but it's just too late. Oasis is left out to dry, and Blue Water have safety, but no time. The drone immediately shot. We'll maybe get a glimpse of the setup, and it's do or die, and all Blue Water do is die, and it's double digits for FlyQuest.
Ends up being good here. Again, very nice stalls coming out from FlyQuest. You saw the cameras being placed a little bit more aggressively, even though it gets shot earlier on. You know you're playing against an anti-eco. So you know you're playing against an eco rather for the side of FlyQuest. So if that camera gets broken up from players shooting very long range at the C site, it gives you time to really set up to play out in the open and to contest here the fights against the pistols. So now you flush them back, you funnel them back towards the A site where the stack is and where the crossfires are, and then Blue Water is not able to get the plant. Now you go back into a more basic setup for FlyQuest, a trip all the way towards the back though, as we're looking for kills through smokes once again.
Really limited time, and a lot of enemies in front. The clone hide the tracks of Kobe as they join the squad, and will be on the front lines with a buggy. Wait to stop there. I can't believe they committed to that. Okay, well, FlyQuest will have to do it without the paranoia, and still plenty left in the back pocket for Ev. Lover will suppress as best as they can. Hunter's Fury, everybody move. Don't want to get team killed. And that FlyQuest just keep staggering in, but this time they have a window and a beautiful ping and a flash to Cora. Finish off what they started. Wait, no. Oasis is locked in. Are you serious?
Great shots once again coming out from Oasis. They're holding it down here and keeping things afloat and close for Blue Water themselves. Already dropping 20 kills within 18 rounds of play. And yeah, it looked questionable if you were looking at Thea's position, but she was stuck in the kill contract there to play against May. So as she wins that against May, she has no choice but to pop out towards that front by the logs. There's 2 players watching her, so she can't really escape. And that's why here FlyQuest couldn't really get that big piece of util to support the recon and the flash. Although they still got great value out of it from both Bob and Ev. It's just, once again, one player stepping up to the plate, being Oasis. Stay alive in the fight. They have another gun round to work with.
I've tried to support Bob there and the teleport out. FlyQuest safe for now. Getting into position, expecting this hit. Out in front, May.
Destabilizing.
Can. Ooh, I like that pressure, like that shot too. Taking care of Ev. That is a boon from FlyQuest that you have removed. A big win con now for Blue Water to keep going.
And that's no fault line and flashes for the Raidiant 2. That's going to be important now for FlyQuest to be a little bit more active around the map. Hoping here that Cora might try to go for a little bit more of an aggressive angle just to try to narrow down the numbers and give themselves a chance here to fight toe-to-toe.
I remember how this episode went. A different main character, though, with the judge. And, well, B has been
left.
broken down. Maybe Thea could go flank with the camera. Sia is still active, so... I don't know if Thea will get the heads up, and now they're at range with the judge, which is not gonna help. And Bob and Aluli start to find the gaps. There's cracks in this armor of Blue Water, 2 versus 2. It gets easier, it gets better, and Thea gets close with the judge and can't deliver the final blow. 13 HP for May clutches.
Becomes a lucky number in the end for May. The range was good enough. They stayed far enough to not get the full damage out from Thea's judge trying to run through. And it looks so good from the way they pivoted both of these players together to try to get those trades. And you're having great players stepping up to the plate when needed be. And that's basically the story of what happened as well for Blue Water against YDZ. Even though it was more of a one-sided affair against YDZ on Haven, there's still, and in favor of Blue Water, of course, there's still moments where you had players that had to really step up to the plate to carry these rounds over for the team to just have dominating wins on their attack side. And you're starting to see here with both May and Oasis. Now also with one falling, but this is an eco for FlyQuest, so
Here.
just hoping to get lucky here with the Sheriffs. Now everybody's going to push one by one and get punished.
Yeah, we're just hoping to be able to stay stable for FlyQuest, to just find that lucky headshot. And investing a Hunter's Fury is one thing, to try and trip up Blue Water in such a narrow passageway. And there's good damage from FlyQuest, but you need the stopping power. But unfortunately, I don't think FlyQuest can stop. It seems to be inevitable, of course, on the save. Just the one kill. But Blue Water, this will be them tying things up very soon and pushing one of the Game Changers greats to the very edge.
And they will. 10-10 on the scoreline, and now the economy's back though for FlyQuest, and they still have this Rolling Thunder, or they finally had the Rolling Thunder to work with. Although Ev had great opportunities to use it in the previous round, I don't even think we've heard it being rolled out once when they took the attack side. So now it's easier per se to make sure that they're going to leverage the Rolling Thunder here, because you might play a little bit more softer for the side of Ev. Still 15 assists on the board though, doing a great job supporting the team, especially again on their attack side, where Koro is finding immense value on her entries thanks to the util around Bob and Ev. Now this timeout is to try to discuss here to stop Blue Water from taking the lead for the first time in this matchup against FlyQuest. It was a 6-2 scoreline at some point here for the team of Fly. Now it'll have to boil down to the last rounds of regulation to hopefully get the upset map win against Blue Water's map pick of Haven.
Yeah, Oasis is going beast mode today. 24 and 14. 10 kills more than the next person on their team. And they've been playing duelists from week 3 prior to week 6 and forward. There's been some changes. They usually play the Raze, the ISO, the Yoru, the Clove. They kind of flex to a lot of different things. And eventually settle onto Oasis being a supporting cast. Basically a third duelist if you think about it for this team. And really amping that firepower, which was much needed while missing maybe some critical util. Now we find ourselves our tie game. Last timeout has been expended for FlyQuest. Blue Water still have one left. See how they can get to that finish line. It's Blue Water just scaling slowly up towards A, and a quick swing from Bob as they got concussed by something. So they'll have to head back to safety.
Yeah, it was a fault line coming out from Ev. They were just trying to wait here to hear a drone and hopefully go for a Bob swing and try to get a pick, but it was only a drone and nobody following behind it. So still an advantage for Blue Water to work around that map. You're still playing under uncertainties. The drone is also not going to get the info on Kobe being tucked in towards the A site. So you could expect them to be a late lurk if Blue Water is going to finish towards this B site. But they're just prodding for info. The Sova is still towards the back of the spawn with the spike. They're trying to create a diversion, but the thing is that you're pushing back towards the A link where FlyQuest are still at. So if they had to fight within the A site, I mean, they're already there.
Time to jump.
FlyQuest are ready for the pivot. Whether B or A, because around the corner, Ev immediately fires the Rolling Thunder. One within the site. Kobe can't be saved, but maybe the round could still be salvaged for less than 30 seconds. The Blue Water feel like they have to commit, and Oasis still has the ult. So they could be the frontline blocker, but instead we'll just go for the regular post-plant setup where Bob will lead that charge, but no recon, no shocks, no nothing. It has to be Ev that shakes things up, tries to crack this post plant like an egg. It starts with the paranoia from Thea. Here's the flood in. Core always leads with a kill, and Oasis will be back shortly, but no, can't get back to life. And that's a successful retake for FlyQuest.
And I love that. When it came down to the first Rolling Thunder and a recon dart just to delay the plant and also getting a pick through the smoke. As people are getting hit by the Rolling Thunder, they can't break the dart, so sometimes you don't need a flash to do it, and Bob gets a beautiful pick onto Kobe. But then after that, you don't have a recon dart to get the retake engaged here for the team. So you have, and you're waiting for the rotate from Aluvali. She throws the camera up, gets info, the paranoia at the right spot, they start flooding through. The fault line was beautiful to not allow Oasis to get any picks from that spawn. FlyQuest is able to gather around after the timeout, using a Rolling Thunder behind it, as May now has kill contract for round number 22.
FlyQuest just go for some more proactive plays towards A, but the read is wrong, and Blue Water completely changed things up towards C. Now at Garage, you see Luvali wants to get ahead of maybe trying to surprise someone from Blue Water who's extending out, and Luvali will be granted that kill. It is traded. The Blue Water will not give away any advantages. Ian's gonna commit now within the site and catches the back of Sia. Oasis back and forth. The trades go, and it's a Hunter's Fury to keep the spike safe. And the final tag on Cora, leaving us with equal numbers. But what else do Blue Water have in the back pocket? The spike is getting defused. That is protected at the end by Blue Water.
Gotta get lucky on that one for sure. Especially when you have no more pings going into the post plans and you're still playing off-site. Of course, it's the Hunter's Fury to try to play off that Elise, but as it doesn't get too much value except for one kill, you're still able to keep a person inside the smoke to stick to the fuse in. It all came down to a spam game, and they got lucky with it for Blue Water to tie up the game one more time. And now you're gambling here. Money's very low for the side of FlyQuest, and thankfully Cora has Bladestorm to work with, around 3 rifles and a stinger. Meanwhile, still quite healthy for the side of Blue Water. They can buy for the rest of this game of Frigulation. Those Bladestorms are now down.
This is the side of Kobe I want to see more, because they were huge on openers. I still will always think about Lotus, and I'll always think about Kobe in that way. Now Blue Water finally can have a round starting on a good foot. It just gets better when you're stomping the ground like this. Kill contract, May versus Ev, and Ev is just running towards them, doing what they can with the stinger at range. Now Blue Water have really sealed the deal here.
Oh, Bob was just trying to find a time off the camera. Finally, it just got pinged out. Blue Water are in prime position to be at map point. Comes down to this lurk. Doesn't work out. The buy is going to be abysmal for round number 24 for FlyQuest.
It's tough. like that Thea just stays really calm in those moments too, but Blue Water starting to find confidence. They're able to lurk around and get so much value from this Yoru too, teleporting around from that to even defense when Kobe was buying ops. Going from C to teleporting who knows where. FlyQuest had to really retrace their steps, and this is the map pick of Blue Water, and FlyQuest have really pushed them to their limits. See how FlyQuest hope to force overtime.
Look what you have to gamble. You have to go half shields for everybody except for Ev as they go for another Stinger. But the Outlaw, currently being wielded by Colby, is going to do tremendous work for the side of Blue Water in terms of just locking down the lane. So now you're just confident there's never going to be any pushes coming through. Holes out of TP so they can start lurking up on the A side and just get individual duels. If they open up the A side, that's a full pivot for sure.
And with how fast that drone from Lever got shot too, you want to, let's say, explore other options that don't involve walking into a potential headshot. Whoa, what an adjustment from Kobe. That was dire. 20 HP. We'll keep the Outlaw. Now Bob hopes to hold back what they can. Reinforcements, paranoia to try and help Bob, and frontal and a fault line, and just the spray through the Hail Mary. Bob takes a big risk, is rewarded with the trade, but Blue Water are alive for now. 20 HP, and Kobe still is delivering what they can, and it's enough for Blue Water, the last person standing. Blue Water take their map pick 13-11.
Such a close scenario too on that 1v1 as Aluvali had first shots and then May just ducked under one bullet and was able to win that 1v1 towards the end. A valiant attempt to try to push this into overtime on the side here of FlyQuest, especially when they lost Cora in the very beginning. It would have looked like here at this point and how the map started though, that FlyQuest had the map in their hands and that they're able to win that one and potentially close this on a 2-0, but now they had to fight to try to push this into a third map.
Absolutely, and you heard from C in that interview how Blue Water were nervous that they only had 2 days to kind of really hit their peak, hit their stride, because they were facing the best team, I think, that we have left out of the 4 for those last 2 spots. But Blue Water, they draw first blood. Up next, we have Buy and FlyQuest's pick, so you won't want to miss it.
Gives you wings.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
You're in the right place to be watching some good Valorant. We got FlyQuest versus Blue Otter, and it went 13-11 in Blue Otter's favor on Haven.
There you go. I was good for a second, but yeah, I was just going to answer that. It 13-11 in their favor, but it really came down to those close 1v1s that FlyQuest maybe should have had and could have had when it came down to their defensive side there too against Blue Otter. Again, 1v1s, I think in that round number 10, and of course in that last round in round number 24. Didn't really work out in the favor of FlyQuest, where they couldn't really close it out. Again, a great start that they had, and it seems as though whatever was talked about for Blue Otter's camp during that timeout was good enough here for them to just making sure that maybe that nervousness that Sia keeps talking about was definitely calmed down. And then as soon as you're starting to see players like Oasis owning the way that they did, it's definitely going to be able to rally the troops behind them and for them to be able to come back and then win that 13-11 on their map pick.
And there's just some players on Blue Otter that are hitting these high points, like Oasis, that ace. Beautiful stuff, consistently impacting these rounds, along with Kobe, who eventually really heated things up. This was just an all-around great team. Was, you know, FlyQuest had these shaky moments. I think Thea had some nice multi-kills. Bob, I think, had some silliness at times. Ev, though, really stepped up as like an initiator that is syncing up a lot better with the duelist and is just kind of not hesitating as much in the past, really stepping up to the plate. And Cora's getting checked more often than we saw back on Monday. So Cora's going to have to maybe rally the troops a bit to kind of help make the entries a lot easier. But this has been an entertaining match nonetheless, y'all. We got FlyQuest's map coming up, and it's Bind, and that looked good for them back on Monday.
Exactly. Bind looked good for FlyQuest, but this is going to be a tough fight here for the side of FlyQuest because the agent changes that they came through worked out in their favor against 100 Thieves, but now you're playing against a team that also is not afraid to go one-on-one on duels in long ranges. And again, I'm thinking of what Colby could bring up to bring up for Blue Otter. If you're seeing Bob come out here with this chamber where you're going to play a lot of 4-1s, and Bob was able to open up a lot on her own here when they started things off on the attack, then it makes it a lot more easy to have Colby say for Blue Otter to say, Colby, go towards that long B, fight against Bob, win that fight against her, and then we have, you know, the rounds in the bag and the rounds in our favor. It's not going to be as easy for FlyQuest to do these individual heroic plays like they did against FlyQuest because you have such a good roster around Blue Otter to fight against this. So there was really FlyQuest's map to win and FlyQuest's map to lose on that first map of Haven when they had total control of their attack side, and they let that slip in a lot of these 1v1s.
Well, let us know in the chat who you guys think will take this map to. Will we have a Game Changers main event without FlyQuest? That would be so insane, I can't fathom. But also, just the talent on Blue Otter are stepping up, and if they deserve it, they deserve it. This is do or die for the Game Changers season. And of course, there is the Radiant Academy signups that have just opened today for anyone interested. Along with, of course, you may see a lot of these players included because that's a good developmental platform in between the seasons. But let's take a look at the comps now, where, hey, Oasis back on the Clove. I'm here for it.
Yeah, and Kobe actually not playing a chamber, so they're going to play a Viper for the team. And this is a composition that is not too strange, with the exception of Oasis on the Clove instead of a Brimstone, because how good the smokes are for Brimstone is that they're 20-second smokes. It allows for you to really stall the first wave of hits coming in from the attack side, and even potentially half of a second wave if you're able to throw a molly behind it with a second smoke when you're seeing the second exit come through. So by just having a Clove, you're expecting here that Oasis is going to have to play close and around their own smokes and hopefully be able to capitalize like they did on Haven before. Outside of that, everything seems pretty standard here for this side of Blue Water. It's just that we might have a little bit of that, less of that what I was expecting, that Colby versus Bob here on that one-on-one. So FlyQuest starting off on the attack side, though, we'll see if they're going to run similar strats as their pistol, and it seems to be the case. You see this trip being placed down or about to be placed down on the side of Bob. Actually, no, she's just buying a Ghost and a Headhunter bullet. And there's that trip. There you go. So she could actually watch it around here on that 4-1 setup, but nobody's really engaging to fight her on that side. They're just looking to play more stalls on that B site and leverage the fade and also the raise to stop an early push on this A site.
Yeah, different look from Oasis, from the Yoru raise to now a Grove raise setup. I'm excited to see how this goes. FlyQuest already letting the dog rip, and this is usually FlyQuest work this map a lot slower usually, but they know they have a strong pistol. But unfortunately for FlyQuest, the showers push did not be fruitful for them.
Yeah, he's gonna have to come up huge solo here. There's 2 players walking down on her, and that's May as well as Lover.
These isolated duels. Now the smokes come down. May finds not only 1 but 2. Is this about to be a flawless for Blue Water this time after FlyQuest won both their pistols previously? Woo, not gonna be flawless. It's not gonna be pretty for FlyQuest still.
We saw from Blue Water too. We just talked about how good the smokes could be for Brimstone. They didn't even want to throw any close smokes on the ground here to stop towards showers when it was so quick and aggressive for FlyQuest. 3 players kind of like just one out in the open with Oasis and the other ones to piggyback off them to swing off from different angles at triple in the APC once Oasis gets contact. So it works out quite well in their favor. And they don't want to play any type of those smoke stalls. They just want to fight out in the open and count on their rifles to be able to win these rounds. May already going with the Outlaw, looking at the top of the APC. This is a full eco for the side of FlyQuest. No plants that came through. And already some early damage with a body shot from the Sheriff.
This Outlaw close and first. Oh, never mind. May is that person. Oh my god. That flick was crazy. Now in the positioning that I think will be a lot safer, a lot better. FlyQuest should come to expect it, and now they will after hearing that. May said that was just a warning.
At least gets info. They scope through and saw all 3 players on that side. So this lurk from Kobe, the flank coming up here from short, huge.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
FlyQuest have no space and really nowhere to escape. Now having to protect the spike, at least you know where it is, but unfortunately not making connections. That must have whistled past May's shoulder, but Blue Water on a good roll so far.
Yeah, they're also at 5 HP, so I'm pretty sure one of the bullets hit them through the wall or something like that as well, but keeping that alive and also making sure that they don't lose too many players in the process, and especially with the heavy investment of the Outlaw within that last round. So it becomes quite clean for Blue Water on that defensive hold against the eco of FlyQuest. Now with finally a plant, at least you could go full armor with the buy. And this is what we're talking about. This is what I was expecting. Who do you want to put toe-to-toe to go against Bob? And I was mentioning Colby before, but looks like May will be playing that Outlaw, guessing that Bob will be moving at that spot. Bob so far controlling towards showers, and it's a default slow round for FlyQuest.
Now Bob gets to try and be the hero too and pull off some of these solo plays. Trying to have the same impact that Kobe had last map. Bob is definitely someone who can take over a round at a moment's notice. And we need to see them having a good day, or that'll be the end of FlyQuest or Game Changers. Now Ev will begin dogging up right behind. Single file line of FlyQuest. Even getting through U-Haul, Blue Water hold the line at the very back of the site.
That's what interesting that they're playing very soft around the map where it's hard for them to retake from. But they'll count on Lover's util to kick things off here with the Vice Flash from Sia. She's going to wait for that to come back up.
A lot of util and barely anything was used to get in. Blue Water will have everything. The Hans, the Prowlers, the Seasons, and just a better shot with the Sheriff of all things. But FlyQuest go unchecked. They swing at the right time while Blue Water caught blacking.
Player standing.
And it ends up going FlyQuest's favor. Just having a setup and a heads up.
That's what I was trying to mention. You needed the Arc Rose to come back up for Sia. As everybody died, she finally has the Arc Rose ready, but can't utilize it at all because everybody just tried to flood out from the top of heaven. Again, counting on their aim more than utility to try to flood back the way that they did, but it's tough to do that when you're on a bonus round against a full rifle from FlyQuest, and when you're playing so soft around the map, you need to start playing in leveraging the util that allows for you to scan some opponents to give you some better chances to win some fights on the retake, but unfortunately it wasn't the case. A clean hold by FlyQuest. Oh, Bob dodges that. She could start walking up here and maybe punish.
And that's not the time. And oh, Sia, what a good friend. Lover will need a band-aid, but that's okay. Enemies to Lover's arc. But Blue Water will hold B and get an orb still out of it.
And it's great control. So FlyQuest going back to the 4-1. Bob, you saw that she was trying to do the surprise swing out of the smoke in a 90-degree angle and at least hopefully try to get one. That will just even things up on a 4-4. Unfortunately, it's a player deficit for the side of FlyQuest. I have to gamble and just push into the unknown on this A site.
Jumping out, and at least FlyQuest have trades, but that's feels like they're walking into angles and getting caught off guard.
Last player
Really not
standing.
used to Blue Water having a stay here, because last time Blue Water were nowhere to be found, and look, they're all over A this time. Definitely a switch of FlyQuest. We're not planned for.
Yeah. Looks like I didn't expect a second player inside lamps. They're able to get a plant at least and try to run Seekers. That would maybe help them get a little bit more information, but you respect what FlyQuest is trying to do. Player disadvantage, you're pushing through the smoke, you're trying to find some players and surprise them and even up the tally. If Ed's able to get the pick there, then it's a 3-player alive for Blue Water that gets full value from the Seekers, but instead, they had to try to clutch a 1 versus 3, and that's just too many bodies to play against. Back onto an eco for FlyQuest, rushing up here for Orb Denial and on the top of B, rather. But it seems as though Blue Water themselves are stalling. Orb and a Snake Bite. Can't really run up off that. Now they have the crossfire set up here.
Blue Water getting active early, it seems. And they just know that FlyQuest are always lurking, thinking that, well, we don't want this orb to be bait. Blue Water are going to make sure it's fully safe before grabbing that. And a couple first bloods going Blue Water's way now.
Would have liked it, though, if that was the call from Luvali to say, let's try to fight and jiggle. You already had two other players out there. Try to go for the triple swing. One's on top of the fountain. Go for high lows. Hopefully, maybe get the trade. I mean, Kobe got dinked through a wall down to 23 HP. If another body was swinging out here with the Luvali, that would have made a 4 versus 4. Now you're gambling for a walk through. The flash gives your position away, and Lover is able to get some free kills, and that's spike down.
Really tough for FlyQuest to get a good entry, and I guess when you... What a nade from Korra. Been waiting to see Korra in the stars, in the spotlight, and it's May that gets cut down by Korra. The showstopper goes blindly right through the site. Now the boom bot just as a distraction, but heaven control could be a problem for Korra, and she realizes that too late. And FlyQuest, they're just playing as safe as they can to play the spike, to play time and trades. Bob will have to be bait at 5 HP, but Oasis lets them live. Kobe's gonna push with no HP, so even Thea gets the kill with the Sheriff. Now Sia will be on the spike, is gonna hold it to halfway. Here's the stomps, has to choose a moment carefully, and okay, finishes off Bob, but now has no time to defuse. So it goes FlyQuest away just by the skin of their teeth.
It was so close. The rocket did go through the site, but it actually did hit Bob. Bob stayed alive at 5 HP remaining. I think that was a rocket they hit for 145. Nonetheless, Bob was able to survive, and again, interesting plays coming out from the side of FlyQuest. There's no trade for the one with better HP to get the rifle or whatnot, but maybe sometimes the 5 HP remaining for Bob is just good enough to hold what you need to do here for FlyQuest to narrow down that gap, and it did exactly just that here for FlyQuest. Beautiful duels being won towards the end.
Get on with it.
Now, hit available for Kobe, looking to use the sweater ult even deeper, actually, as they're tossing it right into the corner that allows for you to get even deeper into Spice. So FlyQuest from that position can't really even go for a dog to re-clear towards short A unless it's further back. And as it's further back, then that means you get no real information behind that, and it's Seekers instead. So they'll run behind through the Seekers.
I've got your trail.
And a showstopper too. That'll evict the Viper. Orbital strike behind. FlyQuest are throwing everything but the kitchen sink. Oh, where's the victim? There is one, but May responds too, and this is the Korra playground. Even she won't be allowed to keep playing. May is now could find their way behind FlyQuest. And they just don't have good power positions to get a safe plant going. Bob now has to frag out. It's put up or shut up time. After all the smokes, things have definitely settled down, but Bob good sight lines into U-Haul and the very back of the site, allowing for a plant for now.
Just
Lover
afraid
will
of
have
Bob
the
here.
haunt and the flash.
Bob's
Yeah.
just gonna stay towards that bench because she knows she has good angles, and that I love that smoke. Forcing out the swing out and still wins that fight though.
Lover 1 versus 2. Know where the 1 is. Assume the planter would be around U-Haul or main. Lover has to just pick their battles. Gets the attention of the 1 from U-Haul. You at least confirm the position. Bob's gonna emerge, and Lover just decided to just, well, love not war. And that equalizes us 3-3.
A good round to kick things off here from both raises. Both May and Korra getting great value. One on the opener for the side of FlyQuest. The other one just stalling on the other end too from May's satchels and another kill to not allow FlyQuest to fully push in the back of the site. So you're kind of just keeping them at bay, at the line of scrimmage, in the front by short A, by showers. But then the other one that steps up is Bob. Beautiful kills coming through with a tilde false and instills a lot of fear here for Blue Otter to really try to regain control into lamps and try to play that retake, and they waited way too long before they could start engaging on a retake. So you went off time, you're forcing and you're being pressured, and Bob easily gets those picks. Tied up 3-3. Econ broken for Blue Water. Trying to go for a surprise here on the side. Oh, the smoke!
Oh, that's a big one for Ev to convert, to stay alive, because as the solo initiator, so much good information. I mean, all of their entries are based on what this dog can accomplish, and Ev will be right behind that. And Bob is really firing up. Now through all the chaos, FlyQuest still benefit, and they'll be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, thankfully Ev was there to support Korra. Looks like Korra was still maybe one looking at minimap. Didn't really realize the player walking out through the smoke on the right side, or she was just focused on watching the left side smoke before Ev swung out and at least traded out those two players, trying to take down Korra towards Sands.
A gift.
And that really doesn't allow for the rest of Blue Water to get good value out of their eco. Look at Bob jiggling both. It looks like it was Op and Outlaw, right? From that previous round, and understanding here that within the economy available for Blue Water, they're going to go for full armor. So she wants to hold up the B side push and another 4-1 setup on the side of FlyQuest.
You know, these fights for orbs can be treacherous with, if it's Bob hanging around or someone from Blue Water watching it more carefully, at least from the B side. For A, it's been going more FlyQuest's way, but this doorway has been heavily watched. FlyQuest have seen heavy losses trying to get out of these doors.
They just have such good stall, though, for Blue Water. The more you wait for the side of FlyQuest, even the pit is not really there with the team to try to go for a pit at triple. So as soon as the engagement comes through for the side of FlyQuest, you have Steel Garden, Nightfall, big delays. You force a TP. Those players are still holding inside that B site. So I'm expecting Blue Water not to early rotate here from that B site.
Lover's gonna keep them busy, and there's a Nightfall available too. But I think Blue Waters have the good enough positions. Now you just take away the ears of FlyQuest, and
30
their heads are gonna be
seconds
shot off too, because it's gonna be feels like impossible for FlyQuest to get in, especially blindly without Ev. But Bob finds their shot and finds a gap. Try and pressure back these members at the back of the site, especially in Heaven, which has been the ultimate
10
threat
seconds
from the
left.
Blue Water defense. But
Won't find the
now
time.
Bob will just keep the op. Yeah.
And that's the issue of trying to brute force your way through with what's available for the counter ults. I think at this point it might have been one of those rounds where you might have that responsibility for Bob to try to lurk up on that B side solo and try to get an opener, just kind of like what Colby was doing as that Yoru on Haven. When they're playing these 4-1 setups, Yoru's able to walk through alone and They're trying to find an opening towards the A side, which they did against Korra, and that was able to pull the rotate over on that side.
That works.
You have to figure out where those ults are being positioned here for the side of Blue Water, so you can understand and adapt here to what's available on the map. Even if they want to fight towards the A site, at least they know where the positions are, of where the ults could be coming from, and what to expect. They walked into a surprise here for FlyQuest, and Blue Water are back onto a tied game on this map of mine.
Now already a dog expended. You have Ev with 2 flashes and the lurk activated on the left side. Not seeing much. Blue Water are really committed to holding down A. I mean, it feels like it's the only site FlyQuest have really been hitting, so even tougher mountain to climb for FlyQuest. And maybe now a pivot after they getting a lot of space earned on that left side.
Yeah, it's fake space though. There's still the wall here from the Vice, the jump spot into Hookah. Once they start engaging here, wall's gonna come up, double Razor Vines, and then even a Snake Bite on the ground. Kobe plays the Odin. Now you can't even TP back to get into the A site, so there has to be a commitment towards his B.
Thorns will be activated, some delay created, and reinforcements are there, and maybe Bob could find the tail end
30
of
seconds
that.
left.
Even there's still some slow walking. Blue Water haven't fully escaped, or exited, I should say, the A site. So Bob will still watch that with the op, and the delay is now gone, and Blue Water have to face a Viper's Pit within the site. 13 seconds. You could see
10
Sia try to
seconds
prevent this plant and maybe be the hero to win this round. It's going to approach, and the spike has to get stopped from planted. And it does get planted just in time for FlyQuest. And now it's just a bloodbath. Blue Water had a good idea trying to prevent it, but FlyQuest had just had better backup.
That's the issue that I was talking about of having to play a Clove instead of a Brimstone. Clove smokes, I think, are only like, what, 14.75, 14.5 seconds? That's 5 seconds less than what you would have with a Brimstone smoke. And they also didn't really cycle up their smokes together. They actually used them both simultaneously when they pull up the Viper Wall and also the Clove smoke. So there's really nothing stalling FlyQuest from just waiting out the toxins and also the Clove smoke to re-hit towards that site. When you're playing passive soft site on Blue Otter and only one player holding towards B, it becomes an easy entry for FlyQuest. Gotta fix that a little bit for Blue Otter. Forced on an eco once again.
Poison's off. Exterminated.
Right, Thea knows on these save rounds, have to hold back
got
like
your
this.
trail.
And she's been critical to be watching these A short pushes. Blue Water have been known for those, so Seekers come out from FlyQuest just to give them an idea of what seems to be the weaker site. How close are those threats? Threats are close enough. Thorns can be activated, and safety should be found there by Kobe. We'll want to line up the shot with the share because you're only going to be given one chance against a team like FlyQuest to fire, and Kobe put down. Now Blue Water stagger in one by one, hoping to find some unison and FlyQuest trade.
One enemy remaining.
As the smoke dissipates, Korra was ready. Lover is the last one, so FlyQuest will create a 2-round gap going forward. You can never feel too comfortable going up against Blue Water after they matched a 6-6 half after being down 1-5.
I'll find you.
Starting to see too that FlyQuest, or even I say Blue Water, are not that aggro here towards the lanes of showers or short A. Try to hold down these lines from FlyQuest. If FlyQuest continues to play these 4-1s and Bob is not being challenged, Bob's in a pristine spot to continue to cut rotations while you're playing with a lot of space given away here, that FlyQuest can go for full exits and you can't really stop it. Again, think about it. It's an eco round for Blue Water, and I think that's what the discussion should be. See a couple of pings being thrown up here on that mini map for the attack side. So they're explaining how that wall is basically set up here for Vice so that the funnel players, if they're still trying to exit within the B site, to keep them close towards that shed on that left side of that red ping that we saw earlier on. So they have to be aware now that if they want to go for these XX, there's probably going to be like some Seasonades, Razor Thorns, anything, or somebody watching that position from the back of the site. So they have to find ways to try to bait out that wall a little bit more quickly. And maybe it'll have to come down to these type of plays where even you've seen attack side brimstone smokes being thrown just at the entrance of the B site. So they could maybe start flooding out a little bit better, or even bait that wall earlier on so they could leverage that for a later push.
So like, there's no hard carry for either team this time, not like compared to how Haven was, you know, when Oasis dropping 24. Like, it's two well-rounded rosters going at it. They'll have May with the showstopper coming up, and yeah, missing out on the brimstone. It's not only just the smoke timings, but man, that orbital strike can do some work. But FlyQuest haven't gone to B too much, but I'm sure with the orbital strike almost ready, that'll be inspirational.
Yeah, I think the last time they had big ults here on the side of FlyQuest, including the orbital strike, was fully to counter just Kobe playing short A with the Viper's Pit. Remember, they utilized Seekers, Showstopper, and also the orbital strike to take A site control, and it worked out. I mean, look at these rounds that have been coming back in favor of FlyQuest ever since they got their money right here in this round number 5. So understandable here that Blue Otter wants to go for their timeout for the half, just to make sure here that they could even things up on another 6-6 going into the second half, where you might see again somebody like Oasis being able to move around more freely around the map and find their own timings to fight against FlyQuest and finding great value like they did on Haven previously.
Odin by 2? I'd be down. I feel like you don't see that too often on a map like this. Well, the way Kobe's been just passively holding B. Well, sometimes they're creeping up, looking around, and using their wall to escape. But the Odin would be a fun wrench to throw in those gears.
Yeah, they tried to do that a couple of rounds ago too. I remember when we were talking about that soft site that they were playing with the double slows in the walls. They were trying to just spam the Odin from the back of the entrance to spawn into hookah, and unfortunately got shot through the smoke because of the tracers that came through from the brimstone smoke thrown by Luvali. That said, I do respect it, because if you're playing soft side on that side and you're able to escape, then you could start just spamming from the back hallway right through the trophy room just to make sure that you pepper the players that are trying to push all the way back in the B site. It allows for you to potentially get a better opportunity to retake the site when players will get shot down, peppered down by the Odin bullets, but we'll have to see. I don't expect Kobe to play a little bit to play that passively when it comes down to these rounds where FlyQuest are going for full X6 on B. I think they'll probably have to start playing some 3-2s here, especially now that May has Showstopper that they could lock down pretty much the short A site alone.
Both these teams would need a deep run into the stage 2 of Game Changers for a chance to get to the championship. And then the big storyline for anyone new to Game Changers is, how do you dethrone Shopify Rebellion Gold? And I know I keep talking about them when they're not here, but that really is it, is who is going to be the next team to be a top dog. And FlyQuest has always been in that conversation. There's been a lot of reformations of different powerhouses, and Blue Otter definitely saw the potential of their squad and picking them up, giving them a banner. I think it's now what, their 3rd match under Blue Water or something like that. And man, to say that you're a team that could beat and may in the future actually beat FlyQuest would be insane, and I think would be a statement to the entire community that like a resume isn't everything. Like, the next generation of talent can really shake things up. It just makes for such an exciting season of Game Changers. It's not always the winners that you expect. It's the work that you put in between.
And it's definitely a matchup that is kind of like two extremes for the side of Blue Water and FlyQuest. FlyQuest usually a more drill team, while Blue Water on their end, you remember from the conversation from Sia mentioning that, you know what, we can't put too much practice or rely on everything that we do towards scrims, because when we're trying to follow it too much by the book, that's when things starts to falter. And I think it's, well, let's wait a bit here. There might be Bob. Okay, we should be okay. The Haven matchup, it was a 6-2 start for FlyQuest, owning on their attack side, and after a timeout, everybody just started being a little bit more aggressive, especially on the side of Oasis and getting some rounds back. So that's what I'm talking about, where you could actually be a little bit more loose on the side of Blue Water and still win some rounds because you just trust that you're going to play this like a ranked game. Disrespect your opponents that way.
Important round for Blue Water. I mean, there's only 2 left in the half, and oh, Sia just looks into the sun, backs up right into the op. Surely the orbital strike is enough, but hey, maybe a purposeful gap left, and Bob exploits it, and well, here's 911. You called for an ambulance, and here comes Oasis. Spike, though, did get planted. FlyQuest both tucked into that nook, and now that the flash is out, Blue Water are gonna know there's a threat that looms, and May at 5 HP, and the spray, the double kill, they got more than they bargained for, and that is the risk that did not pay off for FlyQuest. Now Spike starts to get diffused, and I don't know if Thea can do much, and drops the rifle, unfortunately for them, so we may just head into a 6-6 half after all.
Dude, like, everything was good when it came down to how they worked the map for FlyQuest before executing. We just talked about it. Throw that smoke down, bait that wall, exactly what Aluvali did. And then you ran for it, baited the wall, waited for the wall to come down, went for a full side exec, and it was beautiful. They were able to thwart down the defense inside hookah, but it's again Haven going back into business where they can't hold a pulse plant. 2 stuck in the corner, hit by a tether, not understanding that Mate has a showstopper to work with. You spot 2 tethers there, throw the rocket, easy kills.
See how easy this one will be. You announce your presence, and right at the tail of Lover trying to escape, but the Odin, it's loud and it's proud and it's shut the door on showers. But Ev hasn't really given up. Based on Thea, they're gonna try and converge together, but I mean, Thea has a 1 versus 2 over in Lamps to try and deal with, and there is no escaping this. Thea's been found. And that's just almost pretty much a flawless for Blue Water to end that half 6-6.
And who better than Oasis after a timeout as well? 2 rounds ago to come out with a triple kill on the retake into the site on B. And this time winning that 1v1 against Thea. Just running out in the open and just trying to duel the potential player. I don't think that Thea gave her position away yet here towards that short side, but as she's always been lurking here for FlyQuest, you're just guessing that she's going to be playing in that spot. So Oasis clears it. They win the fight. Now Blue Water is able to tie up the game. So another similar story where now if you're a fan of FlyQuest, you're going to start to be a little bit nervous. Because this map loss right here is also the end of the line for your Game Changer scene for this year.
Nope, series point for Blue Water. It's the FlyQuest map pick. You thought you found a weakness in the map pool, and a lot rides on this pistol of who can give themselves some insurance. First contact, Bob aiming a little low, but this time finds the head of Kobe. His first blood in FlyQuest's favor, but this hookah left. Poor, this nade could do a lot of work. Is waiting for the right moment. Some presence over at B Long as well. FlyQuest gonna wait for Blue Water to put their pieces in position. Blue Water feeling like there is too many threats to deal with.
And hard to hit a site too when Oasis only has 1 smoke left, so you're gonna try to use that potentially towards triple as you're trying to run forward to plant towards APC. Again, another disadvantage of using a clove instead of a brimstone. But Oasis definitely does have the firepower for it to open up the site.
Oh. Bob makes the call. The whole team is there. Up next is Cora. You all having to go for the solo hero play. What a flick. And the satchel. Oh, the IQ plays. Needing to steady because reinforcements are there. 2 versus 2. And Sia 2 right clicks is the right one for Blue Water. Numbers for them post plant into effect. In heaven is FlyQuest, and that is all they're gonna have left to work with. They in a 1 versus 3, but Blue Water, they get active, they get up early.
And Sia waking up again, just like she did previously on the attack side for Haven against YDZ. 3 big impact kills coming in towards U-Haul, keeping FlyQuest at bay and also allowing Oasis to pick up the last kill at triple. So I gotta say, it definitely looks like a dangerous team now when individually you're looking quite comfortable. Imagine if Kobe was able to meet up to the plate in with the rest of Blue Water, that spells disaster for the side of FlyQuest and dangerous waters for sure. Bob trying to play solo, walking up into a corner where she could TP away to safety, but they're gambling.
Gambling does not pay off. Do not collect. No chips for you. Blue Water will...
Look at her X though. She dies outside of the radius of her TP when you're playing a 4-1 stack. Yes, you're able to get information for the team, but it all resides on this stack that you're hoping that Blue Water are going to be walking into. So I think holding a tighter angle and just TP to safety would maybe be giving you a better chance here to get success out of your stack on this B site.
Yeah. Seen better days, but I feel like Bob's been that Swiss Army knife for any team, just being able to play anything.
Spike planted.
Won't be in this round, but Blue Water have the spike planted, smokes in place. It's not going to last too long, and okay, through U-Haul, there's a bit of a skirmish. FlyQuest bring stacked together, but decaying. Now that missing health has hurt them a bit, but still netted a kill for Thea. Now to touch the spike is gonna be putting yourself out in the open, and look at that. 3-person crossfire too from Blue Water. That was nice.
Especially with the arc bros set on the ground too. So it pops up, you're forcing players to turn away from the flash, and it allows the other two to get some easy kills. So that's great assists coming out from Sia in the post plant. But again, talked about how his stack didn't work out, but you just reset going into this round of FlyQuest. Rifles now finally available, and Kobe, again, understanding the scenario that you don't have the best buys for FlyQuest. All of them one-shottable by the Outlaw. And they're looking to take control here towards Showers to start. That's where 2 players about to peek for some orb control.
Oh, someone got tagged from that. Oh my god, Aluvalu's at 6 HP.
And that was through the wall. If that was actually through the smoke, Aluvalu's already down. And that will make you second guess and not try to push out for that orb control anymore here on the defense.
I just want to support whatever shenanigans Cora. Keep holding that position, whatever it costs. And Bob, those are the type of kills we need to see. That A short has to be well guarded, and that's going to force Blue Water to pivot. Or really, maybe this was the plan all along. Now within Hookah, it has been in this position before. Could be spotted here by the Prowler if that comes out. So this could put a lot of pressure on Thea. But FlyQuest have friends coming over to help. There's the Prowler, and Thea is isolated. We'll do what they can. We'll take down one. Blue Water will watch over the side. What a nice little tap there from Ev. And from the Flash, there's a bit of chaos. Blue Water only have 2 left. But Lover equalizes. Shots through the tube, though. Sia keeping the planter well guarded, and now playing through main. There's no Viper to worry about anymore, and Lover continues to be critical for this team. Stepping up the biggest of ways. And it's Cora that has to finish this off. 1v2 using the satchel. Quick, but a quicker trade from Sia.
Great shots coming in. Disadvantage all the time here for Blue Water as they're entering towards that B site. Lover and Sia again. Well, Lover for the first time, as I noticed here on the attack side, but Sia again just helping out the team. Good utils, good shots. Just unfortunate. I mean, it started off so well for FlyQuest. Bob had a beautiful off angle just out in the open. Because she knows she has finally in range of the safety of her TP. She could hold a tight and weird angle. And as you're clearing, jumping up in the box of Kobe, you're never going to expect under the APC right in front of you. So Bob's able to get that nice pick. Here's an early player advantage for the side of FlyQuest. But then it just couldn't hold over on the other side on B.
FlyQuest trail, and now both pistols to Blue Water. And even with both pistols to FlyQuest, they didn't even win the map. So it's a lot of resilience from Blue Water to put in the work that they did in that 3-mapper on Monday to going up against, I would say, an even tougher opponent. And for Blue Water to be that close to beat beating both is so incredible, especially for a lot younger players who are still building their names in this scene. It's going to be a good season of Game Changers, whoever comes out of this.
Now we wait.
Fortunately, a bad one for the losers.
Yeah. That's the other side of the coin, huh?
Yeah. Now the Outlaws still out there once again here for Blue Otter. And again, they're just really spread across the map in these rounds. They're a lot more slow on their attack side compared to other maps that they usually play, but it's working out in their favor. You're seeing a lot of these players from FlyQuest. They are trying to deny space. Oh, nice job by Bob, though.
Spike down A.
They are trying to deny space by jiggle peeking and play a little bit out in the open, but Blue Otter's doing a very good job punishing the sight holes from FlyQuest when it comes down to the late rounds. And it's not the first time as well that Blue Otter are playing at a player disadvantage and still capitalize on a round. So within this year, despite the first blood scored by Bob, you still have better rifles for the rest of the team. They're looking to engage into the A site.
You blunted the spear, too, of Blue Otter when you tagged Kobe in that. So, Bob, really liking your front presence at A shore, but now having to fall back. Blue Otter, they just walk into the sight lines, and Cora just can't flick onto another one. Now this is dire. FlyQuest hoping to pull off a thrifty.
30
Regain
seconds
control
left.
of the situation, or this is going to turn into a hemorrhage with Blue Otter's win streak growing even more. Now the full pivot. All rides on Thea is going to delay. Came with a snake bite, and no one's going to check the corner. It's easy like that. What is this, an aim trainer? 3! And the thrifty!
Hold on, I gotta take out my hat to scratch my head a bit there. Because when Blue Otter went through the TP, you heard and you saw where the snake bite would come from. Naturally, it came from the left side, but the first corner you check for Oasis is the right. Maybe they're expecting some sort of crossfire, but I would expect a deep lean here towards that left side, especially if you want to disrespect the snake bite and try to go for the instant trade. But instead, we're going in one by one after that. And you're just handing the round over back to FlyQuest and giving them the momentum back. Because that eco round that they have is just enough for them to get an operator into this round. And Bob's anchoring towards this A site. Now they're being pressured here towards long B, though, and Ev is overextending their stay, and they get punished for them.
Yeah. Blue Otter really ramping up. FlyQuest have to adjust the tempo and try to mitigate it. Thea's not going to be in the same corner hoping to escape, but who's got Thea's back? It has to be Cora, and they've already been diminished thanks to the Nightfall from Lover. So Thea has to pull over a hero play, but is about to get shot in the back here by Kobe, so
Last player standing.
Blue Otter will regain consciousness and get to double digits here very soon. Bob's going to keep the op.
And the good news, at least, is FlyQuest won an eco in the previous round, so they still have money to work with in the next. Bob probably wouldn't be able to drop for her teammate on Cora, who's broke, but at least Cora has a showstopper to work with. This probably has to be some sort of play where you will try to force a fight here into short A in the next round, and we'll see if Blue Otter will understand that and try to play a little bit more passively, because they don't have anybody that's going to be able to bait out the showstopper and TP out. So I think you're going to have to avoid it. I mean, that's at least how I'd like to draw out the next round if I'm trying to call some value out of Allura by from the side of FlyQuest.
I'm stressed, and I'm not even on any of these teams. Like, Blue Otter are still 4-1 on this half. I can't imagine what Steph and the other folks on FlyQuest are feeling right now, because, like we've mentioned about 3,000 times, this is continuation or the end of a season. Such a good Nightfall, too, from Lover. Blue Otter just playing so well today.
So Flight is trying to do that, right? You see the position from Cora already being set up on the top of the boxes. The difference right now, though, is that she does still have a Vandal to work with. That's because Thea purchased a Vandal for her teammate and placed Judge inside Hookah. And it's fine because she's been holding that angle every single time. Now, Blue Water has to understand that as well, of where the positions could be on the defense. So they understand the showstopper. They're playing a lot more passively and slowly. And then now, are they going to re-clear Hookah? If not, you're walking straight into the showstopper on short.
No mistakes being made from Blue Water to peek after the Prowler. Bobbled. Teleported out. See if Cora can paint the wall with the showstopper or even the gun. Oh, for Century and Kobe. Aluvali with the trade. And it's not even over. Make it 3. And the pins fall and call it a strike. We could go for the ace too if we want. Dog will seek out Oasis. And that'll be the final target for Aluvali.
30 seconds left.
Here they come. Looks like FlyQuest even baiting for them, making sure Aluvali is all patched up, ready to go. And Oasis does not want to be on the menu. Well, Blue Water won't be able to just keep on win streaking, as Oasis hopes to keep the rifle and not eat into this. Flash being thrown, and okay, no ace, but still removing that weapon from Oasis can still be good.
And that's huge for FlyQuest. So you understand what Blue Water was trying to do, right? So they understood now that there's pressure coming in on that B side, and you can't really dog into short, especially with those deep smokes coming out from Aluvali, because if a Prowler came through, then that's a showstopper activated. So you're trying to run through the smoke. You do get the surprise kill there first onto Cora, but then they didn't put into account the beautiful shots out from Aluvali in the end. Playing at the bottom of the staircase, catching so many players off guard, tucking in, isolating fights. There's a really nice round here by the Brimstone in that previous round. Now they have a pit to work with. Funnel the players back towards a B lean. There's that showstopper to try to open up B site here for May.
Oh, tried to find where that player ran off to, and now with the shotgun up close, and no. Wait, Cora, wait. Wait. Sometimes the worst enemy is yourself, but we gotta lock in. It's not over. Blue Water 4 versus 2. And the pit too. Maybe this is looking cooked.
That was such a good selfless play by May. It just ran through, knew that the showstopper where it was positioned, just went for the shotgun in it. So Shorty gets some damage, and probably enough damage, which is why you saw the selfless act coming out from Cora after just taking herself out with preventing the push from coming through. But this is a Blue Otter on the pulse plan that it's so hard to retake because of that pit. Quite surprising that we should still try to go for some kills here on the side of long, and
I'll find you.
that's gonna hurt the econ just by a bit. Remember, this eco round that they won just a couple rounds back is the saving grace for FlyQuest so far to be able to stay within this game and to keep the game within reach.
Trust me, they will make mistakes.
Orbital
When they
strike.
do, take advantage.
Oh, how about a timeout to think about all of this? Yeah, a orbital strike will be the big one I'm looking forward to. Bob's been doing a great and even proving at how they're holding A, forcing Blue Water to have to explore a lot more of B, which puts a lot more weight on the shoulders of someone like Thea. But I think that orbital strike, if put at the right place at the right time, mainly hookah or maybe just within the site, help FlyQuest get this round. And they're going to need everything they can get because they're starting to trail.
I think this timeout is you're going to have to put a lot of trust here into Bob. Just get her to push out towards hookah. Get into hookah, put your TP, peek into sands, try to disrespect that lane. And then maybe that would allow for you, as you were mentioning before, what they could funnel the players to into the orbital strike after. It'll make more sense right now for both those players to play in different spots, on different sites here between Bob and Aluvali. But it is a big Hail Mary play. There's some pings coming through for that as well. And you're just hoping that whatever Coach Joe is cooking here for the team, that it will work out. Bob's already making her way inside hookah. But it's a trip instead, so they'll hold that line for long B.
A is going to go to their usual spot too, but with a Guardian, so... FlyQuest. Right at the barriers too, over at A.
Toxins going up.
That deep smoke, they're hoping to deny as much space as they can. Water, though, even when they walk past this, they can trade blow for blow, so I'm not too worried about Blue Water and how they're going to traverse this. Never mind, the Guardian front and center, doing exactly what it's intended. Of course, the Snakebite to help. They have repositioned if needed, so Blue Water really having their options limited, and who expects a push like this, especially with the Vice Wall not triggered? Kobe Still clean with it. It's not over for Blue Water.
Early player down where it should have been for the side here of FlyQuest. They could have played numbers, and now they're getting punished because they're out of position. Nobody to trade off, and now FS plays solo inside the A site.
Yeah, just dropping that nade. Couldn't bring the gun up in time. It's a good idea, but Water is so quick to the trigger. They are locked in. They know victory is within sight. This 4 versus 3, it bodes well. Now with the Thorns in the way, Thea is just gonna have to keep at range, and what a read through the box. So, deadly game of hide and seek, and Thea does it again, but now the Oasis ult. He will have to do it again, and now the jig is up. It won't be as easy. Now Bob's op has been heard, and Oasis has to get active. No one wants to peek for FlyQuest, but now it's time diminished, and they still have to defuse the spike. The dog is up, and FlyQuest are taking the steps. Thea has to get on it first. FlyQuest have to protect them with all they can, and Bob is a laser today, and Blue Water did not prevent the defuse.
Oof. Big round coming out from the IGL of Thea, and also hero kill on the side of Bob. Because you definitely see it there when the ult comes up from the side of Oasis and nobody is peeking from FlyQuest. You've wasted so much time on the clock. Nobody's really there to want to try to fight back. You want to play the power of numbers, but you're playing against the clock. So you had to land your shots on the side of Bob, and she did. And thankfully for that, you're able to just focus on short and win that round. And now Blue Water looks like they maybe want to change the tempo at the beginning. There was a lot of players setting up here towards that market. And Cora finally gets a kill through smoke. It's been a battle round after round between those two, Kobe and Cora. Those shots never connected, but finally it does so on the side of FlyQuest. And that's the first blood that you want here for FlyQuest to try to come back here in this game.
Yeah. But back-to-back rounds where FlyQuest are kind of shooting through smoke and feeling themselves, but this time a first blood. Well, smoke will be expired and it's replenished, and Blue Water are forced to push past this. The Prowler gets shot down. FlyQuest, the volley came in too late. Cora's a victim. Blue Otter have U-Haul, and Ev does what they can to deny it, but the layering to FlyQuest, you have to peel it back one by one as Aluvali denies a chance to plant up close with the orbital strike. Repositions now to heaven. Blue Water knows that's a threat. The Haunt will reveal anyone close. He waits in U-Haul, listening carefully for their chance to strike as the Prowler gets shot back sight. So you'll have some information. There'll be danger both in heaven and apparently in hell, as they have thought it was a ghost. Nightfall from Lover, 2 versus 2. This is for match point for Blue Water. They're stacked up together. Spike gets touched, and Sia's head is blown clean off. Aluvali does it again. And it's FlyQuest that get to double digits.
It was so well drawn up for Blue Water. I was hoping on that 2 versus 2. I mean, the 2 versus 3 was perfect to start for Sia with that first kill, playing very tight into the wall where it was never checked, so it becomes a free kill. But the Nightfall, once it gets the information, they only got 1. So they know that there's only 1 left on a rotate towards the back. The other one has to be somewhere towards the front. They pivot towards the front of U-Haul, and I was expecting a 3-2-1 swing just to try to disrespect that player in the front. Unfortunately, they didn't. They let the creep up happen. The tap comes through, and then they're just peeking one by one. And they just didn't allow for themselves to clutch a scenario here where there were, once again, a player down at the beginning of the round for the side of Blue Water. So FlyQuest, a great hold, ends up salvaging the round. We go back to the control of Hookah.
Althea goes mostly unaffected, and a lot being invested to try and deal with them. Now you're like, oh, okay. What just happened through teleport? FlyQuest.
Go get it.
Not gonna take any risks of trying to come through the teleporter and get trapped. Just gonna let Blue Water come to you. And oh wait, there is a teleporter play. Cora is gonna really cause some paranoia in the Blue Water camp, especially after losing Oasis. Lover knows they have to carve their way through, and May deals with the flank. So Blue Water have really patched up the holes in the boat. Now it's time to go towards the objective. And standing as a pillar once again is Bob with the op, and the Seekers are out 2 from Ev.
Oh, that's so huge.
Still indicates someone in hookah. Here's the drop down from Blue Water. Oh, I thought Bob had that shot. That was crazy. May got flashed at the end, but still on the critical kill. Nahan on the other side. Ev will hide away. Blue Water's trying to plant, and FlyQuest are around the corner. What a reaction from Ev. Still traded. 1 versus 2. Zaluvali now won't be able to see the objective. Will prevent it. The spam is forcing one out into the open and can't clutch it this time. It's Blue Water on match point, series point.
Great chess match to start things off towards hookah, but the big play was also from Kobe. Remember, Blue Water had so many players still alive within the rounds when the Seekers came out, so that the third Seeker never saw Kobe, went towards Kobe at long B. So they decide to make the play, walk through elbow, snuck through, and got the backstab there onto Ev towards the end. Despite them losing Lover, it becomes an immediate 3-2-1 sandwich swing to just take down Ev in the backside and then just have Sia win that 1v1 while her teammate was planning. Given a chance to put Blue Water at map series point, just as you mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, and now also FlyQuest. Bob has the ult to work with around the rifles, but another scenario where their backs against the wall, trying to push this into overtime.
Surprise. They just want to pit here and make it even more treacherous. It's just gonna trust the smoke for now.
Poison's off.
It's even despite they are just being 1 person in hookah, it takes an army to try and take her down. And a lot of util especially. So Blue Water are gonna pick an alternate path and nothing on the Prowler. So getting a sense of security as Bob is not going to move an inch. There's the orb. Could be tempting for someone like May. One around the showstopper. Just has to be patient and almost gets the collat. And May is at 2 HP, so might have got a piece of that. Does not want the smoke and is about to find it again. About to get lit up. Well, wait. The elbow is big. The main character armor. Oh, jeez. FlyQuest, keep it a flawless, keep it a buck, and stay in this game.
And there you go. You see what happens here when Bob is trying to push aggressively, and she lands a perfect shot, but when she misses it, there's still support in the back. And I love the position that FlyQuest had. It worked out in their favor. Played it a little bit more passively into a open angle once again that Bob was able to get some great punishments with her total false. That's been a thorn here to Blue Water's attempt to try to close out this series. A lot of times that you're thinking that you have a timing on how you're moving around the map and getting picked off by Bob. Not making the chances that easy for you to convert these rounds because a lot of them you're at a player disadvantage. Now Blue Water are also pulling their last time out. They're the ones with the economy in the pit. They have to try to work out between Stingers and Vandals. Thankfully a showstopper though to try to open things up.
And that could be both a blessing and a curse. Showstoppers don't always behave. But for someone like May, all rides on what they can do for Blue Water to bring success, especially when there's just been so many smokes hindering them at the A short, trying to get through all the snake bites and poison clouds from Theo over at B Hookah.
A 5-player.
Kind of depends.
I thought I was going to see all 5 players of FlyQuest over towards this B site, but sort of cut you, Lemon Kiwi. It seems as though for Blue Water, for this last round, they just want to keep going for conditioning into this B site and hoping to get an insert from Kobe right into A as they're creating this ruckus and diversion.
Oh, swap over to Leafly this time being on hookah watch, and who's going to be the victim? Kind of slowed at the moment. Just be shooting it down the back of the door, and no contact there, and this push-up benefits Ev. The shotgun isn't good, and FlyQuest about to make this a flawless into OT. Kobe's on the way. That's where the spike will be. With a stinger and at range, FlyQuest all united on all fronts, and Bob tries to take the 1v1. Kobe happy to be granted the rifle. Now, okay, don't stagger in one by one. I was a little nervous, but we still go into overtime.
Yeah, especially when you have to play against Kobe. But man, what a nice little round by FlyQuest. The fact that they pushed down 2 players in long B, something that they've never done throughout the defensive rounds. Something that was called out here by the IGL and probably the coaching from Coach Joe, realizing that, again, the amount of times that we're conditioning and pressuring into hookah is always 3 players. So there's maximum only 1 towards that long B side. And if they're trying to go for any type of early pushes on that side, well, at least it's a 2v1 there. You take full control of the extremities. And you kind of keep them pinned in within the B site, which allows Aluvali to get another great round for the side of FlyQuest.
This could easily be a 3-mapper if Blue Water let this slip. Always at a deficit and then forcing the 6-6 half. You just can't be confident in any successes against Blue Water. They know how to catch up. This time they're just going to hold the line and not even be within hookah this time. And not even be on the front lines of A short. Dog and Prowler cross. Lob sees nothing. A little too quiet.
Now finally outside of the range of the TP and doesn't want to overextend too much.
I'm too far. I'm too far.
Too far. Too slow. Just that sliver in the door. Could have really made a difference in this round. Alert from Bob will remain while the rest of FlyQuest have been granted B long orb and no chance for Blue Water to swing off of that, but just the spam from the Odin. They know something is up. FlyQuest are going to grab the orb and a molly to deny the corner.
30 seconds left.
Kobe's going to be under a lot of duress very soon. Sia has to assist. Will do so by activating the thorns. FlyQuest want to find the right window where the Viper wall is down. The fuel is low. FlyQuest. Oh, they get hit by a beautiful flash from Sia. A double kill. The kick overtime off in the best of way. And Aluvali can't do it all on their own. Now a match point for Blue Water.
Plus and a minus for that round. The plus is the timing that Kobe finds. Understanding that FlyQuest on the attack side are doing a lot of these 4-1s. So when the op shot misses, you're expecting that they're probably lurking up very slowly towards that B side. So they pull up the wall early into the round, and then they just find the time to spray, and they get the beautiful pick onto Ev. The minus, though, is for FlyQuest. What happened to that timeout before on their attack side when they smoked out the front B side and baited out that wall? It was a lack here of scaling on their side, and they got punished by that wall, and Sia was able to get a really nice push through the smoke for the 2 kills. And now, FlyQuest once again are backs against the wall. They're just hoping, praying that they're able to find a pick through this smoke as they did a couple of rounds ago here for Korra. But Blue is just holding this back, and they're looking for a last-minute hit towards this A side because they have 0 pressure on this B side.
And Ev hasn't used any util to try and suss out. Push up until now, and we'll get some pings over at Showers. We'll just stay put. Kind of back to their original positions too. If they over in hookah, aloofly with the mollies to help seal up A short. Things get too fast.
No.
What? They had the first shot. That's insane from Kobe to adjust 30 HP. Created a weakness on the left side of the map.
Kobe staying alive is huge because now they can pull up this wall. Sia even gets a pick through a box. It's, oh no.
It's just over already. Bob was solo. Had to hold the site thinking there were vulnerabilities exposed and they had to be the hero, but Blue Water took over the real estate and now it's a 1v4 for the star to save the season for FlyQuest. Stomping away, at least one is granted for free. Oasis can... Oh, and Oasis still has the ult popped late, and Bob falls, and so do FlyQuest. The season ends, but the next generation of talent is here. Blue Water will advance to the main event.
Big series, big upset coming out here from Blue Water. A team, once again, that just got picked up here going into the mid-rounds, mid-season of Stage 2, rather. and actually able to get a huge upset against FlyQuest and move into the main event is a big feat in confidence that they can carry over at the end of this month when the main event will start.
What a performance from the crew of Blue Otter. Potential was there. Now it's just potential. It's just pure talent. Just everyone popping off from not even that round, but the round before. CS flash into the double kill. Oasis, the 24 bomb on Haven. Lover, always good with the Hunter's Furies. Everything has really stepped up as that initiator. And Kobe, consistent throughout. Like, everyone has been a star on the Blue Otter squad. So well deserving of hitting their peak, hitting their stride against one of the Game Changers' best. And now they'll get to join the best at the main event. What a match.
A huge match once again. And with that, Blue Water moves forward. We have to say goodbye. Commiserations to FlyQuest Red. Coming out here after the break, we will have an interview with one of our players from Blue Otter so we could discuss the series that they just won.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
late to the party. You missed an absolute banger between FlyQuest and Blue Otter. The conclusion is already here. Blue Otter has swept FlyQuest and ended their season. And I mean, Vans, you called it an upset. I kind of agree, but I was still entertained.
Definitely a great entertaining matchup, especially for that second map. I think both of them actually, because on one end with FlyQuest on how they played on the first map of Haven, and Blue Water had to play the comeback and got it. And for the second map, it was FlyQuest that had to play the comeback, brought it to overtime, and where it mattered the most, and when they were so good in terms of holding their default positions on defense, it just faltered to small duels into that hookah. I gotta say that Thea lost to Kobe when she had first shot, and then everything else felt like dominoes towards that short A side. It's just unfortunate that they had to come down that way, and it almost felt like that pressure was too much here for FlyQuest to handle, and unfortunately they falter, but it's a great story for Blue Water that gets to move on to the main event.
Yeah, the narratives, we won't be able to stop talking about this team, and it was honestly two teams that came in with really good game plans that executed it well, and like those little moments of who was left at 10 HP. Did the op clip somebody's elbow and not fully kill them? Did you miss the shot or not? Like, so much was riding on these little things like Bob and A, Thea and Hookah. Can Cora make entry and find value with these showstoppers? To Ev, I think, really stepped up and improved a lot on Bind 2, kind of finding their stride. Man, was Ev pivotal on Haven before, but there was just these explosive plays, and Kobe is back-to-back MVPs, at least MVP from yesterday. Blue Water just proved they were the better team at the end. Yeah, and it was Sia again just pushing it up on the attack with the rest of the team. Lots of 2 versus X scenario when Sia was still alive and still had util on the attack side. She had huge impact in those moments in this win for Blue Water on the map of Bind. And you also saw Oasis, slower start on one half, activating on the second one. So they really found their strides at the right moments here for the side of Blue Water on the attack, and those timeouts that came very last minute for the side of Blue Water, though, did pay dividends for them too. And you know, we had to get our girl Sia back on the phone because, man, we talked to her Monday. I'm excited. Verizon post-match interview with the GOAT once again. Congratulations. I love talking to you on these wins. Oh my God, you have taken down a Game Changers staple in Swiss to advance to the main event. What an incredible series, Sia. Walk me through the emotions right now.
I'm shaking. We sounded so happy after we won. Oh my gosh.
You just talked about shaking, by the way, Sia, and of course you're allowed to be shaking. This is a huge win that you just got against FlyQuest, and well deserved to be shaking in awe of what happened, because again, I call this an upset. I guess from your reactions, this is probably an upset as well. But to talk about this first map here on Haven, you talked when we had a chance to talk to you like 2 days ago, you talked about slow starts, shaky starts, nervous starts. Is that what happened here when, you know, FlyQuest had full control of the attack side against your defense?
Yeah, honestly, I will say that I wasn't shooting, so that's okay. I would just, you know, either get my one or get pooped on, and then just watch Oasis or anyone else just randomly get a fork, and I'm like, oh, the round's over. I'm down to take that win.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Oasis went crazy. I mean, everyone had their moment in the spotlight at some point. And how has the team settled in, speaking of these roles, to find such success over the weeks? Because we've noticed there's just been so many different duelists within the team. It was like 3 or 4 duelists on the team, or at least that have played it. So how has that worked for the team settling into roles and how the meta has evolved?
Honestly, it was so much better today and on Monday. We stuck to the more ranky, puggy sort of comps, and then just ran with those, you know, play together, no need for any strats. We did do some antis, and that was about it.
It seems like you are my Game Changers versions of rankers, you know, when you're coming out with just players that are just comfortable in the roles and just play it out, and it worked out to perfection towards the long run, right? Because it almost felt, again, from Haven to Bind, FlyQuest started to get your number here and there, and maybe that ranky and pugginess didn't really come out into play. But there has to have been something that was important during these timeouts called by your coach to figure out something here. So how important, how impactful were the calls here coming in from the coaching staff?
Coming from Tora, honestly, the timeouts were very, very impactful. It was more of get everyone back on the same page, because sometimes we would kind of just start autopiloting and then start trying to bum rush when we shouldn't be. should just keep defaulting, looking for info, getting your picks, and then going in. That's what worked out for us the best.
Yeah, even the rank strats need some fundamentals and at least like some composure at times. It's been really cool to see how like your strats developed, especially over the rounds and after the timeouts. And just to zoom out from the series as a whole, it's been a lot of weeks of competing, getting to the last round of Swiss and through all the stages of Game Changers. What has this journey meant to you as a player and a woman in the scene?
Honestly, it means so much because I've never gone this far before and I've never had this much fun playing with just, I guess, anyone. I love my team. We're all just a bunch of really good friends and we're all just having fun.
That's awesome to hear. Do you feel like that pressure is going to continue even to be heavier on your shoulders now that you get to move into the main event with so many top dogs? Now you're thinking about potentially even facing off Shopify Rebellion Gold or Wadada or something like that as well. So going into this event, how do you feel in terms of that pressure, and how do you prepare to fight against that?
Honestly, the pressure is just going to keep coming. I'm just going to, let it happen, try to breeze through.
One.
Yep, get my one, hopefully, not poop the bed again. But yeah, as long as we keep the mentals up, as I said before, and keep our composures, we will be okay. And I'm going to be
you got
happy
more than your one. That flash you had at B and the double kill, ooh, that was so sick.
Fire.
And I'm looking forward to seeing y'all at the main event. So there's let me know, who are you most looking forward to facing? Just to name them off, like you got your SRG, YFPX, Wadada, 100 Thieves, Ghost Gaming, Empire. Who sounds the most fun to play against?
Wadada, because we're friends with their friend group also. So that would be fun to go against.
It'll be fun. I hope everyone stays friends at the end, but you'll face each other a bunch. So that'll be a good time. We're looking forward to casting you there too. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview, and congratulations again. That was Sia, the Sentinel GOAT, making the game-winning plays there at the end. I love talking to her. What a day we've had, and we still have one more match to go, of course, but that's just the one to kick us off.
Yeah, definitely. And just like Monday, when we had the FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves, and I thought that was the big game, but you said it was the appetizer. The following game was also a banger that went into an overtime, including this roster right here that we just witnessed from Blue Water that went into overtime on Abyss. So I'm looking forward for the second series. And as we just had a chance to talk to Sia, she also had to say Sia to FlyQuest.
Oh my God, he was saving that. I let him get away with the dad joke, guys, but we'll have to deal with Vansilli some more. We got one more match ahead of us. We have HAKI Kimori, the Game Changers team, versus Carrot Dash Carrot. So you won't want to miss it. See you after this.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip a society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
We are so back for Game Changers Stage 2 presented by Verizon. We've got one more spot and one more match for somebody to claim it between HAKI Kimori and dash carrot dash something.
And that's Morse code for this is going to be a great game and a great series between these two teams. But for sure, this is the last match during the Swiss stage. It is the final team that's going to join up the other 7 for the 8-team main event that we're going to have at the end of the month. And unfortunately, we just saw previously one of the top dogs and the top organizations get knocked out going into the main event, being FlyQuest Red by Blue Otter. And now this time around, though, it's HAKI Mori versus Dash. I think this is still going to be a very good game as well, because you have two teams there. I know a little bit less about Dash, but there's still a lot to be talked about here around this team. If you look at the results that they had towards the past, though, they still had some very, very interesting results. Crazy comps that they come out with a lot of brawly compositions from time to time. You're thinking about double duelist, maybe with a triple duelist because you have a clove. Very, to me, that kind of screams of just like Blue Water style. And I'm expecting that if it's going to be a Blue Water style, we're going to get some close games, and it's going to be a map that goes a distance, or a series that goes a distance, rather.
I know we talked about this next generation of talent when it came to Blue Water. Well, you're looking at them here, a lot of new players who went through a roller coaster of emotions to get through Swiss. Okay, they started this 0-3. 0-3, losing to Wada, FlyQuest, YDZ. Welcome to Game Changers. You faced like the top 2 teams in your first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And somehow this team was able to bounce back, win 3 in a row, and potentially be in a qualification. So talk about a 180.
Oh, definitely. So now that's a lot of momentum going on their side as well here for the side of Dash. So we'll have to see if that will be what is necessary right now for the team to not necessarily get an upset. I feel like this, again, against HAKI Kimori is going to be pretty even footing on both sides, especially when you have players that are coming a little bit more into the unknown. You're looking at a roster that hasn't been played together in past iterations of Game Changers before. But for HAKI Kimori, that's a little bit more familiar. You're seeing like Cal Sushi and coming in from Teddy Tactics, for example, a player and a team that's always made into the top 8. Bunny B comes in from like Xset, Supernova. So definitely players that have a lot of experience on the side of HAKI Kimori overall. And usually if you want to look at a team, or if you want to look at the percentage just by name, you would maybe want to go for HAKI Kimori more versus Dash.
Yeah, when I see Bunny B, I'm like, what are you doing here, Loca? Like, Bunny B is straight up smurfing. Like, they've been on top teams like YFPX, like you mentioned some of the other ones, Ghost Gaming most recently. So it's really cool to see Bunny B and the firepower they bring time and time again. The last time we saw them on the Euro, dropping almost 20 kills, 7 first kills. Like, Bunny B continues to be the star of the show on a lot of the teams that they've been on, and now to kind of bring under the wing a lot of these new players to not only get used to this level of competition, but the nerves and how to fully utilize these timeouts, the plans, maybe the lack of plans. We've seen kind of the lack of plans sometimes work for some teams, so I'm excited to be watching HAKI Kimori today.
Exactly, and even if you're looking at on one of the other players, I have to think about Autumn. Autumn was somebody that popped up during like the Dart Monkey days, one of the teams that almost made it through into the main events. I think like last year or 2 years ago. I had a chance to interview her as well when they were going through this upset run, being one of the only unsigned teams potentially making it to the main event. So now that it's been a couple of years that we've gone through, there's definitely more experience being brought up for a player like Autumn, who speedily picked up IGL for the first time going into Game Changers. So there's definitely going to be a lot more experience for a team, especially when she has a roster around her that has a lot of firepower as well. I think it's going to be a fun game for her to call.
Yeah, and one of our favorite Canadians, Cal Sushi, is on this roster. You may remember them from the Teddy Tactics days. That was a team that, one of the better unsigned teams that we've had, and making it, I think, barely missing out on the main event in stage 1. So this is going to be their last chance to have a good season here in Game Changers. Our maps will be ready very soon, and based on HAKI Kimori's first pick, I think this will go very much their way. HAKI Kimori are 4-0 on Haven, undefeated.
Dude, it's going to be a fun game too. Undefeated, but also on the other end, for the side of Dash, they're 5-2, but they also had games. Again, this is one of those maps where they play that double, triple duelists from time to time if you're bringing a Clove into the mix. And they had some very close victories, some very close losses as well. So I don't think necessarily that the 5-2 bodes that it's one of their worst maps. It's one map that they're actually comfortable with, and to show that they're able to have close results despite all of these compositional changes, it comes to show that they know how to work around the map based off the agents they want to play.
Yeah, with this sort of Yoru Jet from Dash versus the Yoru ISO, at least the last time they visited Haven. That will be the big difference to watch out for. While as Abyss, I don't blame Dash for picking this. After they 13-3'd Mac and Cheese, they're like, wait, we might be the goats at this map. Let's try it again. So, but that was the only time they've been to that map, whilst HAKI Mori haven't even played this map. So maybe Dash think that that could be a weakness in the map pool. Yeah, the comp from HAKI Mori is actually quite nice too. They play like a Astra, Sova, and a Yoru, and that just screams early days of like G2 Abyss for me as well, when you could think about the possibility of combinations for the big ults around the Yoru and the Sova, and also around the Astra with the Yoru could TP behind them. So keep an eye out on that. If that could if that composition changes, or doesn't change rather, we'll have to also keep an eye to see what HAKI Mori will be trying to come out with on that map of Abyss, to see if they could upset that against the map pick of their opponents. Yeah, this has been a roller coaster for both these teams, both sitting at 3-3, playing the max amount of matches, going to the end of the road, and the main event is around the corner too, so there's not going to be any time to relax, and neither will there be any time to chill in a best of 3. It sounds long, but there is no time to think. You got to have these coaches really step up for these timeouts too, because sometimes the nerves are going to be your biggest enemy in competitions like this. Definitely. And again, when it comes down to the pressure of these two teams, right? Loser goes home, winner makes it to the main event. So there's a lot of external factors right now that you have to try to control and suppress as well, to make sure that you bring out the best performances in this series for either of these teams. So I definitely, I wonder who's going to falter more under the pressure. Again, I mentioned Autumn that had great runs in the past, Bunny B that's made it to the top 8, played with so many top teams that you mentioned before here, Lemon Kiwi. And Cal Sushi playing with Teddy Tactics, making it to main events themselves. So it's more for them that they're able to control that pressure, and the unknown will now be for Dash. And Dash have a lot of substitutes too that they can kind of shift in and out of, but this will be the final core, and this will be their last chance to get to the main event. And we'll get into the game shortly. And remember, it was Dash that had that 0-3 start, then coming back, like, so insane. The work that they've done to get to this point, to get so close to the finish line. And very deja vu from our last series will be kicking off on Haven. And we'll have to see what agents again that they're going to come out with. I think on the side here of HAKI Mori, because it's a 7-0 for them, they're just very comfortable to play around a semi-Fnatic type of comp. I think they usually go with this Yoru and ISO, but play a Clove instead of an Omen. And we've already seen in the past, in the previous series too, what that difference the Clove makes here. Because you won't be able to get that bust flash from the Omen, but at least you're going to have to keep your Yoru alive to try to fight back and flash through these smokes to go through these flood retakes, which we really didn't see on that previous series from the side of Blue Otter. But it looks like here from the side of Dash, they will be utilizing that Fnatic comp in itself. So you'll see that difference here of play between these two controllers. Yeah, no more Jet, just the straight up ISO Yoru across the board. We're getting a lot of the rankers experience, like even a lot of Clove play in Game Changers, which is really fun. I mean, there's a lot of innovation that happens here, some tomfoolery even at times. Like, we've casted some Goomba stomps, some straight up whips, but like the funny kind. But this is anything but a laughing matter when this is an elimination promotion match. So time for everyone to lock in and really put into practice what they've learned. Now with Dash turning off on a defense, a lot of the players are setting up here for aggression on C side, snuffing out that hold. They're already pinging it now, thinking that HAKI Mori will be starting off their piss round on that side, even going for a 4-1 setup. So we are very weak onto Garage, but at least we have informational trips here with that front B site. So Dash, what are you going to react with? Will you keep pushing down here in this moment, because they are all holding that line of scrimmage as soon as the barriers come up? And just Dash being front and center, walking down C with help of the camera for that extra insurance. Snack box, though, not trying to become any kind of snack or meal, and we'll just be heading back. So, orb farming for HAKI Kimori while this flank soon to be discovered from Dash taking care of that trip. Albi will call out the whole squad of HAKI Kimori in mid as Dash hope to converge from all sides. It's the opener from Kalsushi that helps lead the way to a pivot towards A.
Came down to all that Sentinel play for all the information, but the Bunny B insert is good.
Yeah, I'm surprised they left Bunny B there. No, the extra second, the confidence of Bunny B, and all the kills going HAKI Kimori's way. I'll be the one that called out the push, but the one that could not stop it. Say HAKI Kimori will kick us off on a pistol with Dash that were on their tails like cat and mouse throughout the map, trying to get that flank, which was so close to catching up to HAKI Kimori. If the player would have stayed B, it would have been a different story. Along with if that two-piece would have went through, it would have been a different story. But yeah, pistol for HAKI Kimori.
Yeah, again, the unsung heroes going to this round are both Sentinel players, because on one side, Albi is jiggling into Garage and maintaining that spot just to make sure nobody could pressure in that area. We've mentioned that weak spot that they had for Dash on the defensive hold. And then it allows that triple flank to happen. But the push for it from HAKI Kimori to continue towards that A side was thanks to the information that Autumn was also able to grab. Not being pressured, throwing the camera on the A side. She lurked all the way up, sees that it's fully open. So now it allows for them to have better post plant scenarios and even swing back towards the A side for a confirmed plant. So nice little pivots and great calls by the IGLing based off the info that the Cyphers are calling here for the team. As now the eco is for Dash walking up, and they might be walking into trouble.
Found out the hard way. Oh, there's even more. Oh, jeez. A kind of a bloodbath that HAKI Kimori was trying to escape from, and dropping two bodies to pistols. If you're Dash, you're quite happy with how that first engagement went.
There's some good damage being done, but the Outlaw still gets salvaged by the side of HAKI Kimori. The thing is Kimori continues to move quite slowly, so it still allows players to rotate across and anchor up towards this A side here. Now that the dot's been broken, though, I might give a chance. Never mind.
Oh, Delusion thought maybe off the paranoia there was a chance to swing, but HAKI Kimori saw the truth, they saw the target, they saw the signs, and it all leads to go. With taking 3 weapons into the bonus.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting when the flash came out here for Illusia and she moved around towards that side. Again, it was a perfect bait to allow here the position from Biffy to get the off angle and try to get a pick off here as with the sheriff that they had. But unfortunately, with their teammate dying first, really couldn't find that surprise pick right after. And sorry, I think it was Sidrine instead. That said, we'll finally see a rifle round coming out here for the side of Dash. And there's not too much early pressure. There's only a solo walk down to sewers as you're trying to find information with this dart.
Okay, the one and done does not yield much for Biffy. Another first blood goes HAKI Kimori's way. This time without much pushback. Okay, the drone didn't get fully shot there, so the jig is definitely up for HAKI Kimori. And you do not want to feed the bear anymore.
This is a good bonus round too for the side of HAKI Kimori. You see the insert now from Autumn trying to walk her way up. I mean, it's calling it a little bit of that rotate over. And as she grabs that orb too, she's trying to create a diversion a little bit more. Start to pull these rotates back as you keep right now Bunny B inserted towards the A side. So it becomes to what reaction, what picks we're able to get on the extremities, or what information we're about to hear here to allow HAKI Kimori to go for that confident hit. And it may seem to be prodding towards that C side first.
A lot of pings for HAKI Kimori towards C. Ultimately ending over at A, depending on what Bunny B can find with
30
the out.
seconds left.
Oh, snack box just really testing the waters here, especially with the shock dart. Not really having the time. Now it's lurking, hoping to find the right timing, getting out of the smoke. A lot of spam. Wow, that is a stoic sober right there. Unfortunately, will not withstand out the semi-automatic like that. HAKI Kimori about to make this another quick, clean round.
And the inserts are good. And it almost seems the call coming out from Bunny B to just execute towards the A site because the recon dart came from a different angle that could be all the way back towards spawn behind default, so there's a lot of space given to that spot. So it's called by Bunny B. They all meet up and then they just rush into the site. It was a nice try with the site smoke being thrown by Velucia inside the A site, but just unfortunate there for Snackbox. They really thought somebody was going to run through that smoke. But Hikikimori, we talked about the experience across the board here for these players. Just waited for that smoke to dissipate. Felt that they didn't feel the pressure to really run and fight into the site, because outside of the Sova hiding inside the smoke, nothing was really happening here for Dash.
Well, that was something better than nothing. Keeping the rifle worthy. But Hikikimori, I like the way that they work the map too, and they keep Dash second guessing at all times, but clearly Snackbox is going to continue to be the anchor. That will prove to be a challenge for Hikikimori to get through, especially when Snackbox finds more confidence and maybe a better weapon to try and challenge with.
Cutting through.
Hopefully they can get it with the rifle from Supreme, but just an easy 4-player stack. Not too much aggression on that side too. And respect here shown by Hikikimori already with the dimensional drift inside the site. Everything's cleared up. Trip kills will not matter because everybody's playing so passively now as they're pushed away by the dimensional drift. Bunny B hunting.
Wow. Yeah, Albie revealed their positioning when just spraying through the cage. So Bunny B, type of player that brings so much experience in this team, and not gonna let that go by idly. And even through the shield, the fire, and the flames, Bunny B converts 3. It makes it just a cakewalk for the rest of Hikikimori to put the nail in the coffin in round 4.
What a nice little flick. Even though it was against an eco, though, you have to respect that there's not too many bullets in that clip for a stinger, and they deplete very quickly. So to be able to spray transfer that one for that second kill is still quite nice to look at and satisfying when you hear the immediate dun-dun as a player. Now Sithreen for another round will have to save their rifle for round number 5. Very clean so far in the aggression out of Hikikimori. Very similar to what we've witnessed a couple of rounds ago, or the previous series, where Hikikimori, just like FlyQuest, are continuously adding a lot of site executions that are playing towards weak sides that are a little bit more passively played by, on the defense. And I think they're starting to try to correct just that on the side of Dash.
It's time to let these carrots grow a little bit. 0-4 start. And Scissoring letting the Vandal rust too, because they were keeping that weapon 2 rounds in a row, and the main person on the team with kills. And obviously they've done a lot of work to improve themselves from the Radiant Academy days to sticking with this roster through the Open Qualifier, from the Shrimp Gaming days at the GC kickoff. It's been cool to see during the off season how much work these players have done and have assembled a roster that are just this close to making a main event for Game Changers.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned, when the 2 first games were against the toughest teams that they had in Game Changers for Dash, they still have to face, even though it's not a organization as prominent as we know as Hikikimori, but Hikikimori, the last time they also picked up a team here for a Game Changers event, they still had almost a deep run on their side. But now they definitely have a roster that could make it into the main event, and it's nobody to brush off here, as they have to face off against a tough opponent once again to try to qualify.
Camera taken out.
Trips be right if someone's trying to take advantage of the platform here at C. That first ISO wall thrown and shot down immediately. Got a kill contract from Kurosu. I'm surprised you didn't want to pull someone early once you had that presence. But wait, Sithreen just kind of finds people asleep at the wheel. A double kill. There's a chance for Dash to get on the board. No contract now pull for Kurosu, and Biffy gets the win. Better ISO. And still a kill contract available for them on the other side. So Dash very happy with how this round has developed, considering they haven't even had to move from their positions too much. Sithreen doing all the work, and Albie gets to close out the round with a flawless.
Ends up being good there, finally off a timeout, but also I think it was mainly just off great shooting on the side of Sithreen to drop those 2 first players in the very beginning. So finally, the amount of times that you're able to save your Vandal from round to round finally brings into the value and good use, and allows Dash out of a timeout to get a huge successful round. And I think that's going to be able to instill a little bit more faith and confidence in how they want to hold their defensive lines moving forward within these rounds too. Because if you find immediate results, you already see the confidence. 3 of them setting up here on the high-low, and then the Yoru walking down for info towards the grass. And as they realize nothing there, and the recon dart gets shot here on that A side, actually gets a ping. You're starting to readjust, but with the insert that you currently have, you're forcing Hikimori to really pivot towards this A side because of the early pressure. So you have the right amount of numbers now to start anchoring towards that side. Denial with the kill contract available for Biffy as well.
And the op stepping up to the plate. Catch this Sova mid-util, and man, the firing squad's all there. Buddy B is flicking. It's a good day. We're watching some Valorant here at Game Changers. Citrine's not gonna let this go for free though. Flank discovered. Flash out. Bunny B gonna respect it. Fall back with the op. Not need to give anything unnecessarily. Citrine's pretty rich, so don't need to save it.
Yeah, but she also needs her teammates to start staying alive a little bit longer too, because the way that you have to play with this Yoru is you're going to play kind of like a chamber. Try to lock down a certain line. If you need support, you could TP across and help out the team. But at this point, you see how much space was given. They had the perfect read to funnel the players from Hikimori into the A site, but everybody stayed so far back behind default box that somehow Bunny B on an attack side op Yoru could just walk up freely on the right side and get a full bite out of snack box. The whole body was peeking down, still having the dart getting ready to shoot for, I guess, some sort of flood retake or denial on a side exec. Hikimori went for the walk contact instead and thoroughly threw the plan away from Dash.
And the op will remain in the hands of Hikimori. Something that Snackbox will have to be aware of. And still just playing this as safe as they can. No kills, but still trying to live as long as they can, which always could be longer. But Hikimori knock at the door, and you gotta respond. And Citrine going for another hero play and adjusts. Confirms that on Autumn. Knows there's more footsteps around, so he's gonna call that out and dip.
Another great value by Citrine at the beginning with the way she's pushing down here. That's an early advantage for Dash, and something that Hikimori will have to start denying here on that side. Just the camera's not enough. I mean, they still had players there, but nobody's really set up here to trade up against this Citrine.
So many ults too. I mean, you could just dimensional drift to get back in a comfortable scenario.
I must wait a moment.
Now Garage, Hikimori start threatening the Sentinel, and Albie is good for a trade. As Dash bought himself some time. Spike Carrier down, and Bunny B, the last one to pick up all the pieces. So Dash
30 seconds left.
Try and catch up a little bit here in the scoreline, because it was a dire start and that looked like a collat to me. Oh boy, that was close.
Still a nice shot on Snackbox. But I love how mobile Citrine has been around the map. After that first pick into the window and realizing here that Hikimori was not adding any early pressure because of Snackbox util into the A choke not being broken, they decide to go for the double walk up, especially with the Cypher being down first. Those are both trips down. So it creates an opener that is now exploited by the side of Dash. It becomes a flank all the way around the world from Citrine, who is currently at 11-2. Keeping Dash close as possible. Heroic efforts on her end.
Next. Time to jump.
Dimensional drift. That information for free, and oh, going in deep, and but not decloaking and dangerous of a position. So Hikimori have an offensive Hunter's Fury too, if they want to even unleash that, which Dash, you're not even gonna have time to think. It's time to play dodge. Bow and arrow. And as they lean into the site, Hikimori, we're ready, and it's the kill contract from Kurosu. Claimed the last couple of bodies. So Hikimori, once they're set up, it is hard to knock those dominoes down.
I'll pick some.
Definitely, but the Hunter's Fury has been held a bit by Snackbox here. Had it a previous round, or actually just got it if I'm not mistaken from dying. It was Kalsushi that had theirs that allowed also a little bit of pressure for Hikimori for the set exec here with that Yoru. So Now Dash at least still has money to work with. Only Velucia has a broken buy. Goes for full armor so that one of their teammates could buy them. Relief flash there, so they are looking to punish. Sithering early with the walk downs towards B. With none of that pressure, looks like they're taking advantage of that on the side of Hikikimori and are going to try to open up the B side at least.
Over there.
Big moment for Velucia, but Shock Bolt gonna threaten them a little bit. Didn't do damage, but gonna remain put. Hikikimori don't have a jet to kind of float onto the site, so it's very much a front to back scenario, and Hikikimori just shots through the door, and if he's gonna reinsert to create a surprise opportunity, but Hikikimori really working the map. And with the trips in place, you're trying to deny the dash flanks that have happened before, and Bunny B rings true with the hop at close range, and the B site is theirs.
Let's get info on the last player, but oh wait, oh okay. Thankfully, Kalsushi started seeing him.
The office for Hikikimori. A couple of cuts and bruises, but wait, a 1v1 snack box is unleashing, and Terror gets the last laugh after the ult. Ooh.
Gotta be lucky on that one, and maybe there was a chance to continue to run around and just force Terror to run into your crosshair, but trusted that they could win that 1v1 and unfortunately didn't. And thankfully, Hikikimori had that ult available from the Clove, because that was looking like good shots out from Dash for the retake. Just unfortunately not enough, because now you're playing a 6-on-5 in that last round. Now economy broken. Hero rifle for Biffy. You want to invest into this one and potentially still go for a Vandal small shield, I think, in the next round. But you're seeing how differently Hikikimori played that round. Again, just based off the util from Autumn. Camera watches for an aggressive push on the A side. She's watching in the garage from Jiggle Peaks, and then still has Trips watching the C-side push. So as the rest of them can continue to push and fight the way they do. That's the rifle down.
Here.
And Hikikimori just have a lot of first bloods their way. I could respect Dash testing the waters, wanting to tempo up, find some aggression at different points of the map. But really a lot of mid presence too. Usually from Citrine, but I like that Biffy's trying too. And you have Snackbox that usually tries to be as safe as it can at A, but has swapped with Albi, so Hikikimori about to discover this setup. You gotta walk up from Albi, loud and proud. The shotgun gets checked! Albi almost at the training range there. Beautiful double makes this possible. Hikikimori get back to a stable position, and where Kurosu is real interesting. Heading towards spawn. Look how extended Hikikimori want to play. But Velucia looks like they heard it and can't win it nonetheless. Kurosu with a double. I like that Hikikimori. These multi-kills are really going to help things along on this map.
Yeah. It started off well on the defensive side at least, though, with the Sheriff insert that we had. Found a beautiful timing, but just unfortunately, just too many players rushed up against them. And that said, that's Autumn able to salvage that for the side of Hikikimori. After that kill, you get the hat out. So another one of all those rounds where the ults come in the right moment for Hikikimori to salvage the round in the end, because they get the full information on the previous round of where the last two were at.
Over there.
That was a good eco round, I must say, for Dash. Op shot missed though on that side. That's an attack side op once again, trying to open up the C site.
I got ISO.
Okay, that's what I like to see out of Biffy. Try to regain some control here of Garage, and as Hikikimori tried to settle in, Dash just clapped them back. So a round being solid for Dash. Get some wind in their sails. Hikikimori forced to funnel in through B, but it's smoked off. Bit of a tough endeavor to go in blind, not a position they really like to push into. Hey, discovery of that Sentinel. Autumn just to jump around, and somehow Albi gets away with that. And Hikikimori, with what they have left, Gonna try and plant, and it's Bunny Bee, the only defender at the front door. Volusia's already at the top of 11, but isn't gonna be able to do much. Just let the Hunter's Fury do all the singing and Dash get the round.
That's actually quite nice by Snackbox too. It looks like they got the two pulses, I like to say, against Kalsushi trying to jump around when he tapped that spike, trying to bait out the Hunter's Fury in the first place. That was the idea. That would have given him a chance at a window to play a crossfire into a 2 versus 3. But as Cal is about to get taken down, probably calls it out for their teammate and says, Bunny Bee, you gotta try to do something here because I'm about to drop the spike. So Bunny Bee's forced to push towards that spawn to take the matter into their own hands and just unfortunately couldn't. So you have players defending the Hunter's Fury on the defensive side. Works out. Great anchoring to start by Biffy. Looks like Dash is slowly starting to activate now and getting a fun around that 4 on the defensive side would be not so bad for them to start.
Okay, Bunny Bee is starting to really light up the scoreboard. Oh, look how quick they are with the flicks too. A laser. HAKI Kimori really are shining in the mechanical department. I mean, hence why you run this double duelist, the ISO Yoru. And you let Bunny Bee just terrorize the spawn, I guess. Like, HAKI Kimori, I like that they will not just stay on the site, they'll go everywhere all at once. And Albie humbles them both and pulls out the neural theft to 1v3. Ace opportunity. On the other side, almost a high-low. The one that's not the second. Gotta respect the confidence out of that Sentinel.
I just love how it was also just after that, Bunny Bee and Kalsushi just running W up just to try to pick the last round, the last player so they could just change house as soon as possible, and almost gifted that on a silver plate as Albie was able to find the information on the last 3 after they were able to pick up those 2 kills inside B. So thankfully though, the Congo line that was set up by HAKI Kimori stops the bleeding of that round. You're able to have a comfortable lead here in the second half on defense. Look like similar setups here at the beginning. They still have 3 players on over the C site. The difference now is it's a Silva to help them out to get early information, maybe with a recon. And that will force the early rotate if they don't see anything. I'll see
the Cypher bottom. Yeah, over at A this time. Like, HAKI Kimori gonna support each other. 3-2 setup, leave B open. Teleport available, and Citrine won't be able to take it. Bunny Bee. It's just the ultimate ace up the HAKI Kimori sleeve, and Dash a little bit threatened and not sure where to fall back to. At least they got the camera in mid to rely on.
But like they had to throw their smoke up here just to try to fall back as well for Dash. Comes down to this lurk, but there's just too many players once again. You see the differences as well for Kikimori when it comes down to playing off each other too. Nice little double swing for that fight, and now you're wrapping around too, and those players for Dash are going to get pinned inside the site here after the plant.
Right, Paranoia expended, so won't have that to try and challenge HAKI Kimori on the 5-person retake, and the plant won't go through yet. Snackbox now feeling like their backs are against the wall, will plant right under hell while Volusia tries to find timing. Just at least he's surprised within the smoke. Will actually swing out while Snackbox just tries to hold the front lines, and no help is coming their way. No raft as HAKI Kimori almost pull off the flawless pistol.
And with Autumn falling too, I like how Terra didn't try to go for the hero play every time we're tapping onto that spike. So they stay inside the smoke, wait for their teammates to move up with them, and then they can just have a cleaner retake. And you're having your star duelist in Bunny Bee landing share shots as they are. You're going to get that dimensional drift up very soon. It'll be probably a full rifle round unless they're able to pop off here with the Outlaw within this round. Currently 3 players, make that even 4, getting ready to set up for a grass front B control.
Time to jump.
And Dash are just going to hold it back towards the spawn. Maybe one just peeking with the camera first. It'll get thrown, instantly shot, and you're not peeking anymore.
Here.
The situation's very dire for Dash when you don't win that pistol. Go down 3-9 in the half. time to lock in and pretty much play flawless from here on out, because not sure about pulling off a thrifty, but after that, but not a lot of second chances for Dash. At least their map pick will be coming up for Abyss, but HAKI definitely making a statement. Sushi able to hit this recon and ping most of them, at least have Dash turn around, and as they do, HAKI stab him in the back and close the door of B, and even just the pot shots through the smoke. Dash found themselves 6 feet under with no escape and nothing more to say.
Fortunately, we get another kill with the Bulldog picked up too. That could have been a silver lining for the side of Dash to do more econ damages. They were just trying to get a plant down. And a plant down would allow for them to sit comfortably for a couple of later rounds here in terms of econ. Now you have to invest so much going into this round. Whereas HAKI wins this next one here, you're off to another broken buy and already at map point for your opponents. So now you're hoping to get some sort of read. The camera's going to go back towards this B side. And it looks like you're trying to do some sort of an insert on this A while you're fighting over on B.
Okay, Albie. Not just the camera this time, but the gun that tries to own mid, but Dash just get annihilated at C long, and Dash are pretty spread around the map, so 2 trips and 2 hoops to jump through though if you're stack box. Thankfully for them, they will swing around the left side. We'll have Albie try to cut rotations, do it all on their own, but wait, the isolated duels! Albie's going for the ace! Okay, the Sentinel hero we weren't expecting, but definitely welcoming to try and get Dash back into Haven. Now it's Autumn. Has to hold back against the clone. Ah, you fell for the oldest trick in the book, but wait, this gun got a lot of bullets, and Autumn still has hope for this round. Forcing Dash to fall back into positions where they could more easily trade off of. At the very least, buy themselves some time, and that works against Autumn in that case, and Dash live on.
That was a crazy run by Albie. They flick back to spam a body to go back into like a triple kill. That was kind of sick. Lots of confidence coming through here from our very own safe posting. But yeah, it ends up still being a round here in a post plant in favor of Dash because of those hero plays from that Cypher. Albie will continue that type of play. You're seeing the pings come through. They're expecting for this camera to come out. I don't think you're going to pre-fire shot it. I think you might want to wait for the camera to come through. Nope, they're shooting it right away. You can hear it echo through the point of view here of Dash. See, now the camera is being set up into grass, so they're expecting just a regular default here on the site extremities. Kiki wants to fight for it and get it. Terra gets first blood.
Spike carrier.
Not been great for Dash to try and challenge C long. They've lost out on that a few times. It hasn't gone their way towards A as well. Akikimori though. Pushed to the wall, and oh, the clone! Oh, it was all bait. The meat shield for Citrine. And Dash will still plant, but the retakes around the corner. No time to waste for HAKI, and it's Bunny B that leads the charge, but Citrine's going for the ace. This is the Yoru Supreme you're talking to, and Autumn's around the corner. Trying to isolate what they can with the cage, but Blue's just not challenging. The ace is all yours. And 1 and 2, there it is! The iBUYPOWER ace!
A 4K in the previous round for Albie, and ace this time for Sitherine. To get the last 2 rounds here for Dash, but this time there was no heroic plays, just some clean shots coming through here. Timeout for Hakikimori, and they're starting to feel the pressure as Dash are starting to find some good footing in terms of just shooting. They really tried to counter here the positioning from Albie in the first place from the previous round, but now it almost feels that they're not able to just get their dual battles on their side here once they're actually getting pushed in. You saw that you saw that Kyle Sushi was stuck behind the site on the A site, and despite the clone making so much noise, bumping into the wall to finally peek out, Kyle Sushi still shoots it, feeling that pressure. because of that, that instantly opens up the site there for Dash to take, for them to be in full position here for the crossfire setups and allowing Cytherine to get the ace that they did.
For a lot of players in this lobby, this would be their first time making the main event. For people like Autumn, a lot of the players on Dash. So this would be an honor and a privilege, and it's going to take a blood, sweat, and tears to get there, and including a mountain to overcome if you're Dash. But hey, you clearly feel like you got into the heads of your opponent 2 rounds in a row, forcing a timeout. Can now Dash maintain that momentum? Have they really found the key to success, which is working the map and kind of cracking open A?
Yeah, it's funny how Kikimori was preferring that C site and Dash likes to go towards the A site, but now playing against the Eco. Just running up here for Dash. That smoke will not allow for them to move further than that in front of B.
And someone has to hang back to deal with the flank, and Albie clearly is such an intimidating aura to send away the 1v2 that they were going to be facing. The Guardian would have been clean too, so Dash still end up towards A, but this 3-person walk down from HAKI Mori is the gamble they need to do, but can they get there in time? The trips. The single trip is what's going to reveal them, but at range they still find the backset. It's a double kill for HAKI Mori. Look at that, the upgrades. 1 rifle. Kurosu on the chase. We got the kill contract, and Dash remain composed, and they just decide to escape and roundabout all the way through B. So you have some breathing room. No, not even B, all the way to C. Snack Box doesn't want any of that.
But as they do that, though, they're just leaving that space for Hikimori to rotate towards sewers and pick up all these guns. The pings are coming out that are rotating towards that garage, so at least the last 2 players can meet up. Kikimori is holding a great defense so far. You still have half shields for 2 players in Terra and Bunnybee.
Dash were expecting those rotations to come through the defender's spawn and have to work their way back into it, with still Terror being alive with smoke. So I don't know. Dash may have given up more. They can chew, and the defuse is halfway through, and Terror has the ult, so they're back in action, and HAKI Mori will get to match point and off of a thrifty.
Yeah, they knew actually the rotate was going to come in from Garage and Long C because of the insert from the Yori on top of Heaven of Cytherine. The only thing is that they plotted for the flip towards the spawn, and they were just thinking that, okay, well, we don't have information anymore. They might be coming towards front B, so they had to play a little bit more passively. But finally, as the shots were heard here at Long C from that Guardian, it was confirmed, but they went too far back, and unfortunately, he just got picked off trying to hold that pulse plant. Again, it's a great eco coming out from Hikimori on how they just went back and forth, and how they sandwiched into sewers was perfect. That's because Albie kept the camera in their pockets the whole time and didn't get information into the B-side push.
Take flight.
Camera.
It's you and me.
Within the site, but the kill contract from Kurosu. Wait a minute. Or it's from Biffy, actually. And nonetheless, Dash are stuck. They get bit at the heel as soon as they step into C, and it costs them blood and bodies. 2 versus 2. HAKI Mori on the way with Recon, Shock. At least an ISO wall to guide them. Have some space earned, but there's a gap in just the timing of Biffy to cower away towards Garage. Gives an opening for HAKI Mori to now dance around the central box, and it comes down to the final duel that Biffy ends up winning.
Oh, and thankfully, too, that Biffy's able to win that one because the kill contract actually got the clone.
Skill covers the rest.
So that means that they were stuck inside that pit, and thankfully Dash still had players inside the site, so you kind of are just able to move in and help out the team right after, and it looked really good for Hikimori to start fighting back. As that recon thrown by Kalsushi got the ping onto where Biffy was at. And they had to play patient on the side of Dash. Now Hunter's Fury available for the attack side, and it looks like we have a glass cannon up for HAKI Mori. So they're buying for the next round. Even potentially Autumn saving that econ so that she could potentially buy another op for Bunny B in the next round. We'll see if that brings value.
Drop the
in round 19. They had an eco before. See if they could do it again.
Clean round is demanded from Dash. They can't just scratch the surface or the armor of HAKI Mori. They need to tear it all down. This one slip up will cost them the map. I mean, Dash started off this season 0-3 and made the comeback, so they can go through anything as a team, as a squad, but now have to go through a kill trip of Autumn. Now through oh, the shield from the ISO blocks the shotgun damage, and Dash go uninjured, unharmed, and Biffy continues to lead the charge. So HAKI Mori lose most of these guns. Bunny B decide to just hang back and keep the op, while Kalsushi might as well see what you get.
Last player standing.
Even instantly ran down towards the A-Lawn to grab the orb before the plant came up here for Dash. So
Decoy.
Bunny B bin maxing at this point. Then the good thing for them is cut lines but not move too far forward, because you don't want to let them know that you purchased an op within this round. But if Bunny B's already been using the operator a lot here on the attack side, I'm sure that Dash would expect it. Hard for them to hold here when you see the value that the double tap brings when it counters or an op or an eco round. Swing some players with the double tap, and it allows for you to have the successful hit here into C.
Gotta really applaud the resilience, but Dash haven't been able to get more than a 2-round win streak. It's been HAKI Mori dominance, but Dash currently have more rounds won in the second half than HAKI Mori, but it only takes 1 round to tip the scales and a map to HAKI Mori in this best of 3. Dash is going to be always playing like they're on last life. So far, so good. No ults this time to really fall back on.
Scanning ahead.
Now moving on sewers. There's no double tap. It's heading towards long.
Oh, that ping. Bunny B smells blood in the water. Oh, just a sliver of snack box that was sticking out. Bunny B won't repeat that. You gotta respect the shot from Dash. They got, of course, an ace, but oh, cut mid-throw. Now the neural theft advantage goes to the defense. Bunny B doesn't even need to see, doesn't even need any information. They've already downloaded the win. As Dash hold back against the Hunter's Fury, have to work their way towards spawn. But Biffy, it's the drive-by on Terror. Now thinks there's an open lane to exploit here.
Yeah, it looks like Terror felt like she had to smoke here on the site for Bunny B, as Bunny B was getting pressured, and she's the one that gets run into with the fallback. Should have kept the gun out, because you have Cypher all to get the info, and now it could still be winnable here for Dash.
Spike planted.
Blinding.
Could be. Always comes down to like the remnants of both squads. These 2v2s, 1v1s. Dash.
Last player
Demise momentarily. Oh, the ping, and instantly dead. Bunny B, not even done yet. Where is the last player? Blinded, clone shots, front and center. Bunny B claims the win, and HAKI Mori take Haven.
Ended up being great util by Kalsushi. 2 pings to allow here the op to come out from Bunny B to finalize actually the first and final kills of that map. And HAKI Mori, there's a reason why they're 7-0 on that map, being comfortable playing around with their agents, and now making the record 8-0 in this stage of Game Changers.
It's gonna be tough to find a weak map out of HAKI Mori. I'm surprised Haven was floated through, but Dash just maybe have confidence on the unknown, which is Abyss coming up. Something HAKI Mori haven't shown anybody quite yet. We'll see what they have up their sleeve after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers presented by Verizon. We could be heading into our final map, but it's the Abyss map from Dash. I think they have something up their sleeve. After that 13-3 against Mac and Cheese, they look good.
Yeah, and that's because of the confidence that you have in this comp. I think, again, to talk to what they had and what they brought over was this this Yoru, Astra, and Sova. And that could be very oppressive to play on a map like Abyss. And hopefully that's going to be, you know, the moment of confidence that it can carry over into this map to try to push us into a third, because that first map, unfortunately, whatever they were trying to do was not working on their side. What has seemed to be pain on the defensive end was the attack side op of Bunny Bee. Nonetheless, even if you had a couple of players have heroic moments, it just wasn't enough when you're trailing behind 9-3 and losing the pistol after.
Look how many first kills, first bloods. HAKI Kimori have 15-5. I mean, a lot of that blood, sweat, and tears from Bunny Bee, who is one of the most experienced players that we have in this lobby, and most accomplished one at that. And in this game alone, 10 out of the 15, Bunny Bee has 10 of them. I knew I was right. 25 and 14 to Bunny Bee. I said she was smurfing in this lobby before, and I'm glad the results are showing that too.
Yeah, and again on the other end too, there's two players that kind of had those moments too. It was Cithrine, remember, on defense when so many moments she had to save her rifle because the rest of the team were just falling into sights, but when she was finally able to activate, being more aggressive herself down towards that middle lane and finding good value off these lurks and whatnot, you're starting to see a little bit more confidence coming out here from the side of Dash and starting to bring a small comeback. I think that will at least be something that you could take away, that you know that you still have a little bit of fight that you could bring here when you're falling behind by so much. So hopefully, again, that will help them moving into this second map.
Abyss is such a big question mark for HAKI Kimori, who looked like they still were well drilled on a map like Haven, but this is the true unknown. And then you walk into the clear strats and game plans that Dash have, which 13-3, I mean, there's not even that much tape there, but it was the double duelist of the Jet Yoru plus Sova plus Vice plus Astra, so sort of uncommon, but some usual picks there too. You just usually see one duelist.
Yeah, and it just feels that there's a lot that you could still carry over from that previous map into this one here for HAKI Kimori's side. The Yoru could still be very, very good on the map. You already see here that on the side of Dash, they use that themselves. But if not, Bunny Bee, if they want to play like a Jet, for example, they've been very, very good as a Jet. They've been very, very good as a Raze. I remember great satchels back in the days of X-Set Purple. So the plethora of duelists that Bunny Bee could leverage here for the team could definitely be useful here in whatever they want to cook up here on this map. If not, Kalsushi on the Sova on the previous map, one of the mainstays and potentially even must-haves in terms of agents that you need as an initiator to try to get these site entries, because a haunt doesn't allow for you to get good lineups. You could bounce recon darts a lot better on the side of Sova to really try to clear out backside of maps versus the length and the distance that the Fade has, which is non-existent. You have to have a strong arm. You got to be able to throw that haunt like you're throwing a football as Hail Marys every single time.
Your Tom Brady impression for sure.
Exactly.
I can name at least 3 sports players. In all of sports though, but esports, quiz me and I got you. But at least looking at the numbers, a little bit less good at that, but good for someone like Safe Posting, aka Albie, who dropped 20 kills against Mac and Cheese, the top fragger on the Sentinels, and we already applauded their 4K and their ability to hold as much back. But that's the thing that, I mean, you and I have been talking about time and time again, is how much this team can really create delay for these flanks to really come into fruition. So we're just waiting on one player in the lobby. Oof. And then we'll get into Abyss shortly, and then it'll be match point in favor of HAKI Kimori, which 13-7 it kind of is one-sided, especially when it was 9-3, then it became 11-3. It's really uphill battle for Dash.
Yeah, and the stalls that you're talking about too for the side of Dash is also quite prominent with what they bring with their compositions too. It's not just on Albie with the Cypher, but it's also how much value the Aster brings for this roster when you're able to do a lot of the default stuff of smoking deep, taking mid control, playing sucks into the pulse plant, so you play the time into your favor. So this is something that is not uncommon. So despite here being an unknown map for the side of Hakikimori, they could still be very well prepared to play this game, even if they haven't seen any tape against their opponents, just looking at what compositions their opponents will be coming out with. And if that doesn't change, then you kind of know how it plays, and you can play around it. And that is somebody with experience like BuddyB that could leverage those type of timings to find those pushes through and around smokes to get really value off their operator again.
And this is not a moment to falter if you're Dash. And attitudes are going to speak a lot of words here. Kind of reminds me of the FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves game. Like how FlyQuest went down 5-13 against 100 Thieves. Were able to bounce back map 2 with a 13-6 in favor of FlyQuest. So it's not over till it's over, as silly as that sounds. So Dash clearly showed that they hadn't given up after they definitely had a positive result going into the second half, but had given up so much in the first that the comeback was so out of reach. But here are your comps going into this. The usual one from Dash that we saw previously, but Hakikimori with the Reyna is interesting.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why the Jet here on BunnyB is no surprise. But to follow up with the Reyna, that is that second entry, right? So as BunnyB will be able to dash into the sites, they're trying to play double flashes to try to close the gap into the close range. The only thing that's going to be very difficult here for the side of Hakikimori is sometimes if you have that second initiator as a KO, you go for deep flashes with the recon so that the Jet dash will get value. Now at this point, BunnyB might be dashing alone where nobody's going to get blinded, nobody's going to get pinged, because there's no flash that's going to follow up the fast recon that comes through here on their site hits. That said, though, thankfully they get to start on the defensive side first, so they could just play that type of deathmatch with 3 of them pushing out towards this front B side to try to punish an eventual and potential B side push.
Yeah, and low key, like Terra's a Clove 1 trick, like 400 rounds on the agent compared to Reyna. They're at second place with what, 8% of their rounds. So an all-around flex player who's gonna show us how the Reyna will work on this map. But on the defense, the duelists start walking up with Kurosu. Wolf in sheep's clothing, and Volusia does not want that smoke. I like to not challenge that. And now we'll join with Citrine, who hopefully is in the lobby. Okay, there we go. Movement.
Headshot.
Actually, Albie gets found, and surprised that wasn't called out by Dash. And now Hakikimori get to do whatever they want with this map control, it seems. Dash are just going to focus on the game plan, which is getting into A. It's got some pushback from Autumn. There's a smoke to lock up the window. But we'll still go through. Somehow, with Dash having lost this early, this is a scenario that favors them. They just have the better shots. Hakikimori traded, but eventually not in their favor unless it takes a heroic play adjustment from Terror. But now Terror on both fronts. You got one behind, and Terror looking for the player within the site, and a little nervous, but Dash still confirmed the pistol.
A nice try coming in from Terror on a 1 versus 3, but I'm questioning a little bit for Hakikimori. I love the fact that they pushed down towards that long B side first, because you're playing against a Vice, right? So you don't really have a camera watching mid. It's just a flash you're trying to time from like early round, mid round, and then the Astra kind of just has to play that anchored all the way back towards that spawn. So sometimes when you're stuck in RTS mode, sending stars for your team, that gap is an actual opener that Hakikimori takes advantage of. The only thing is after they went for the triple flank, they all separated themselves to try to retake the site together. So you just allowed here Dash to flip the map around and get so many X versus 1s in their favor.
Night night.
Stars are set, and Hakikimori trapped within, but when BunnyB watches over, it's like an angel. They just deliver all the kills, and Dash gonna have to go for plan B, aka plan A, all the way around, and Hakikimori will see this coming with the camera.
Take flight.
That hurts. You have so many stars placed up to try to go for the exec, and then it gets fully denied. So what do you really have left Replenished so far by Velucia, and everybody's still just dying to duels.
Standing ahead.
1v2 ahead of Snackbox for this left side. And wait, this is possible for the Sova. Especially when Bunny Bee missed the initial shot and will have to reposition. But now, Snackbox will have to clear against a Marshall. Which I'm sure will be nerve-wracking when you're just one shot away from being
30
dead.
seconds left.
And Snapbox heard Bunny Bee running away, but Bunny Bee is just trying to watch the middle because they saw Snapbox running back from their POV on mid before. So you could just play it passively, let them get the plant. You're forcing them to play towards this B site for the plant now.
Revealing area.
10 seconds left.
No getting rid of that. So Snackbox will at least have the heads up and was hoping for the repeat. And Bunny Bee gonna drop down.
Thrifty.
And yeah. I guess HAKI Kimori get away with it. Bunny Bee, the hero.
Well, at least you'll get a nice little headshot in the end for a one tap, but the fact that you let that happen, I guess they were expecting that both of them would be flooding out from Ivy and the top of heaven. But the recon already pinged Bunny Bee towards the top. You didn't really clear out towards Ivy before you went towards the plant. That's that moment of hesitation. You're thinking there as you have no time left. You might have a chance to spray transfer 2 players, but Autumn was still all the way back towards the breakable door. Still strolling back towards this B site. Now Econ's broken. Hunter's Fury on the attack.
This is no secret. HAKI Kimori are here to play, and Dash just wanted the orb. They will not be able to escape freely. Now you miss one of your duelists. Look like Snackbox may be thinking about a Hunter's Fury, but like HAKI Kimori had plenty of time to now disperse after that, so Dash will have to re-clear through B.
Thankfully, they still have the rifle, though, for Snackbox, and moving it towards where it's weaker on the side of A. They could play contact here.
Ooh.
Easy for someone like Bunny Bee.
My ult's ready.
Now Snackbox has been revealed, and
Down A.
when Bunny Bee has the information, he just download. Look at this double dash. Okay, cooking over.
One enemy remains.
But just outnumbered, outgunned, but Kalsushi's the janitor on duty. Clean it all up.
Yeah, Bunny Bee just wants to go for the eco frags, even though they already have the Blade Storm, if not got it on the death, but they just want to end these rounds quickly, especially when it comes down to these anti-ecos. We've seen it before when on Haven, just running with Kalsushi again. Going in tandem, chasing after eco kills. The last round of the half of Haven. Now, this is what I was talking about, how you could play around here, the smokes and what to expect when you're playing against an Astra. 2 of them about to walk down as to get a recon on the other side.
Standing ahead. There they.
Okay, big play moment for Kurosu. Almost catching some without util. So close, but no cigar. Good backup, though, from Biffy, too.
That should have been a free kill, though.
When it rains, it pours. Dash. Head towards B2. Trips will be discovered there by the doppelganger, so HAKI Kimori will have a heads up, and now Dash have kind of lost that advantage. The element of mystery. Still have the Hunter's Fury too, if you just wanted to cause a bit of chaos. You don't have a jet to really explode into the site, so they'll take the power of friendship and the glimpse into the cage, and Autumn finds the gap and creates one within the other team, and it's not even over yet. Bullet holes start to fill Dash, and Snackbox is on an island with no help off the flash, though. Albie will try to be self-sufficient. Do what they can, so HAKI Kimori will get to 3.
What a save there by Terra as well. You saw that Autumn played beautifully with her around her cages, getting the first one, getting audio cues, getting that first pick as she gets stunned out by Velucia Star. She places another cage down, and then the flash actually blinds Biffy. They can't get the pick, and she swings out for the kill and allows here HAKI Kimori to anchor up on the B site, allowing her a faster retake. Forcing Dash to peek out and try to go for trades, and they're getting punished as they swing out. Now Snackbox is still holding on to this Hunter's Fury. This double duelist so far from Dash. And it's pretty decent to try to find these early fights, but it's not really allowing for them to hold these pulse plants yet. Look at this read. 4 players on A, and that's where Dash is heading on the lower buy.
Honeybee, they're gonna get active with knives out, and they're just gonna create a trap, and looks like this dimensional drift will call it out, and Honeybee double dash. No, it fails again. Dash just gonna see it coming. Even the dimensional drift read. Now the numbers are equal. Dash have an opening. They walk into the trap, and it's Terror that takes them all down. And that's how the West was won for HAKI Kimori.
Chris drops down with a right click classic. That's gotta hurt. I like the idea at least. He went for that Hunter's Fury and the Dimensional Drift combo, as we mentioned before, but just unfortunately couldn't get too many kills. Reason why is because we had a very nice flash being thrown by Karusu back into A main. Even though a couple of daggers missed and whiffed on the side of Bunny Bee, it was just good enough to stall Dash to really try to get true value behind a Dimensional Drift. And you still had 4 players playing there, so you still had a great crossfire set up in the end, despite Bunny Bee dying first. Very good read. Depletes now, and you'll take it right now for the side of Hikikomori. Even though it was a lower buy, you wasted out 2 ults on the attack. And you always win in even footing.
Ooh. Kurosu stays steady. Mid control still on watch, especially with these loud footsteps from Bunny Bee, but she's happy to greet anyone with the op in hand and says goodbye to Snackbox. Good trade though from Biffy. Maybe is trying to head to grab that op. Using the clone, they'll have Kalsushi on the back foot. Now with mid control, I mean, the sky's the limit for Dash to wrap around B, but there's maybe some hints that... Okay, this should still be B with everyone else dying at A. I mean, Biffy is wiping out everyone from the map, surely, right?
Yeah, with the amount of inserts that we had on both sides, it really kept the defense thin here and guessing for Hikikomori. Now Kalsushi gets caught, and now you have a nice little 1 versus 2 for Terror to try to clutch. Dash is in a great position. We just talked about even scenarios. It's usually Hikikomori's side, but now Velucia is looking for that.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh. Terror makes it possible. Pick Reyna because you're self-sufficient. Oh, that was a shadow. He'll kill that shadow off. Oh, yeah, time for the Leer. Biffy with better timing, better shot. 3K in that round. Dash owe them a pizza for sure. That was close.
For sure. Especially when Velucia was pushed up all the way up in Ivy, where there's no possible scenarios to be able to trade, and you're just giving away a free kill. If you win your duel, different story, but when you lose that one, you still give a chance here for Terror, who's been doing pretty decent so far as this Reyna for the team on the side of Hikikomori. And they still have money to work with. Judge for Bunny Bee. Hunter's Fury on the attack. Similar walk down towards middle, and you're hoping this time they won't miss.
Right here.
Just a skirmish in mid yet again, but it ends with no result except the first blood, but that was just the lurk for Dash. So A becomes not as much of an option. There's really strong firepower from HAKI Kimori to defend A. It makes B the sexiest option for Dash. Although the post plants come at such heavy losses for Dash, not having as many bells and whistles to protect that plant. So Dash are trying to use more of this time to get numbers back in their favor.
This has to be a B finish because the drone went early and it went deep and it didn't find any information. So Cytherine's taking the advantage to insert herself back into A main. Recon Dart even doesn't get info, but the rotate came back from Terror. So the good call to play numbers, a 2-1-2 setup.
Ooh, headshot just right above the head of Cytherine. Terror is blinded. It's just gonna keep their ground and it's gonna find themselves under it too. What a flood from Dash. Despite starting this round, what, 4 versus 5? They will benefit at least from a plant. HAKI Kimori, 1 towards window. Zodom could maybe get a spot on the corpse, activate the neural theft if they feel like they need the information. And Cytherine does not care. Now Bunny B has to try and push into this with a judge. Good luck, especially with the lineup from Snackbox. Shot maybe too early. Oh, that's not where the recon's supposed to go. It's just a nice decoration for the corpse, and Dash keep themselves within one.
Nice little fight by Dash. I thought the paranoia thrown by Kurosu was going to hit everybody like a bus, but it seems as though not everybody was blinded by that, and it just prevented that flood from the HAKI back into the A site to prevent that plant, trying to prevent that plant. And this is where it gets dangerous, though. We talked about an operator. It's very difficult to deal with when Bunny B was wielding that with a Yoru on Haven. This time does it as a jet to watch towards this A main. Potential early drone. Flash too.
Wow. Such a push and pull at this A main. This time Albie was alone, had backup. The opening kill comes from mid. Just gonna force HAKI Kimori to pay attention and to cover those gaps. Meanwhile, Dash makes their way in and didn't even hit the trip, but Autumn was watching. Will create as much delay and blood behind Dash as they can, and even with some information, Autumn is such a nuisance, an absolute menace until Snackbox puts them down. Now we'll have to dodge the Hunter's Fury to 1 versus 2.
Standing ahead.
Not as much a target-rich environment for Cal Sushi. No recon for Snackbox to play off of. The Lear destroyed immediately. The second one too, and the jump out. Terror will benefit.
Dude, Autumn is so good in that spot here on Tetris. A second time here as she's about to get stunned by Nova Pulse, laid down by Velucia, and still pops Cytherin right in the head before she drops, and uses util well enough here to deny any push moving forward. But where were the trips? Where were the trip breakers from the Silva? So missing that a bit for the side of Snackbox. They penalize themselves by losing another player from that trip kill. And I think that has to be that conversation, because they're realizing here so far that the setup that you currently have for Hikimori is that they're not really playing unbreakable trips with the Sova into the A main, or sorry, with the Cypher into the A main. They're always putting the Cypher setup on B because Autumn loves to play that spot on Tetris. And then Terror just kind of plays out in the open behind the bridge and always ADSing for a fight. They're playing a lot of these 1-3-1s at the beginning of the round. Except when Bunny, of course, had the op, but now that you don't have the money for it now, it might be reverting back to that same type of style. And that could definitely start to get punished here if you've read that so far here from Dash.
Yeah, playing Arena as like a pseudo sentinel is really fun. I love Game Changers because Terror is always good for that initial duel, and the way they're able to reposition and keep farming, like they don't call themselves Terror for no reason. And this is definitely a new player when it comes to the Game Changers scene. Like, you look at their team history, and it's a lot of, like, HAKI Kimori, of course, the Raidiant Academy, Shrimp Gaming. It's cool to see how Terra has developed, and despite being a, quote, Clove 1 trick, they're really putting up numbers as the Reina, and now going to help supplement this mid control with HAKI Kimori, who found first bloods here before, and now being around the corner. Maybe they're not discovered quite yet. Bunny B suppressing fire is okay. You found the vice wall, gonna trigger that. I guess Terra's satisfied with what they've accomplished.
Definitely still had a 1-3-1 setup, but this time they changed things around with Kurosu watching the A site so they could delay with smokes and flashes and have both duelists go for the mid control. Works out because now they have a player advantage, much healthier in the health department too. Is there a player up? Now you're forcing the players to try to make plays. You're making a lot of noise here. They're going to try to do for the same play again. Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift.
Fury through all the things of their frontline leader. And Biffy has to get cute with it. Didn't have enough time to get behind cover, and Kurosu lays them all down to bed. And Dash might as well be asleep. Evolution put in some good effort, won't let it be flawless, but HAKI Kimori increased their lead ever more.
Feels like I'd like to think that we're missing flashes too around that util of the Dimensional Drift by Biffy. Because all that Kurosu and Bunny B are doing are just standing still, even if they're getting spotted by Biffy in a Dimensional Drift, and then finally start moving when the beam comes out. So Snapbox gets 0 value, 0 pings with the beam, And then Biffy's like, oh crap, now I'm stuck inside the site because nobody's moving here, and I have to go out of the dimensional drift. They throw the flash and go, they throw it into the abyss. They didn't even throw it on the bridge to try to stay alive coming out of the drift.
So
Get out of my way.
Biffy will have more time to think about it. Unfortunately for them. Trips right at the front door, knives out from Citrine. HAKI Mori looked to maybe trigger this vice wall again, but can leave it alone to give a sense of security to Dash. Now hearing that Marshall's so close. Honeybee gets hungry and gets eager, a little too eager. Albie sprayed and praying, and those prayers were answered.
Oh, Trips break again, so that stalls even more. Big flank coming out from Peru's ult, though. Heard the footsteps from the Astra.
Should at least get that. Okay, I had to pause for a second just to be sure, but the HAKI Mori retake is complete and successful on all fronts, and I'd love to see the flank too really develop, so that's going to be difficult. You would want a Cypher to put trips on those flanks, and Albie's more focusing on putting those vice walls in mid, so I wonder if that's going to force change from the Sentinel.
I feel like you could definitely go for a buy here for Dash and just try to really rush into the site. And I gotta say, it should be towards B. They're doing a great job setting a Nova Pulse to get Autumn out of that line, but I would love to see this time just using a Steel Garden, try to take site and get fort positions out of it. Right now, it's looking like they're just continuously trying to go for a fight back on that 1-3-1 that HAKI Mori's doing. But HAKI Mori just changed that. They're playing passively, crossfire setup, and Kalsushi punishes that.
So many first bloods going HAKI Mori's way. I'm excited to see the stats after this one. Just getting a lot of these duels in mid, but that snack box is gonna get active. I worry about the spike moving around this area with backup leaving. Okay, Kalsushi saw that. Didn't finish the kill, but
The drone or flash here. There's that drone. I like it.
Okay, gonna go test the waters of the op in the hands of the ace, and Dash gonna have a Steel Garden. Yeah, they're gonna try and remove that op from the hands, and Bunny Bee will right up beyond the perimeter. They don't need an op. They brought cutlery to a gunfight, and it'll only be good for one. Sushi could have fun timing, pushing past the smoke, surprises Biffy, creates some threat, catches Albie with util in hand, but struggles against Volusia. Now it's a 1v1. He's the only sheriff left in town. No hat, no problem. Volusia, Red Bull clutch for Dash.
That was such a nice try. But a great clutch coming out for sure of Volusia. With that first kill that was on top and middle, it allowed the neural theft to come out from Autumn and for Kalsushi to get two impactful kills, leaving it on a 1v1. Yet the second ping, knowing who you're playing against a 1v1, Volusia has been playing outside of sites, playing stars into the pulse plant. You have to expect a run back here into A main. Unfortunately, Autumn was still caught with knife out and couldn't really get the crosshair placement to get the kill. Dash stays alive in this fight on the map.
One down.
Took a lot of work, but got it done. Usually there's always a HAKI Mori response, but Bunny Bee doesn't hit the same when it's not an op. So HAKI Mori will lose out some important players. Dash advantage, full squad, and the punish on Autumn. Already the adaptations coming in at the end of the first half.
Last player standing.
Now already on flank watch too. Dash getting ahead of the game, and it ends up a flawless for a 7-5 half, still in favor of HAKI Mori.
Switching sides.
Just shots missing on aggressive angles. No escapes possible there for the side of Bunny Bee, and it makes it very difficult to anchor up the site towards the end. Dash doing a great job here, where we've had a lot of seesaw rounds, lots of rounds being picked up more on HAKI Mori's side as the amount of rounds they're able to string together in a row. But at least Dash were able to keep this close. Big pistol round coming up on their end as they're looking to do very similar things as Hikikimori. 3 players trying to move down, and it's both duelists fighting down on that mid where both can escape. For Hikikimori, they're looking to do the exact same. See how this showdown ends up on middle.
Yeah, that's what it is, right? The ultimate showdown. Hikikimori have one more than they've lost, but the swing, ooh, it's just Yoru bait, I guess. But the Green takes shots and they're on their last leg. They'll have to limp away while Hikikimori satisfied with this encounter, although would have been happier to get the kill.
As good as we're doing orb denial at the same time. Autumn's about to get picked though. And that is a ping from Autumn saying, okay, well, the Jet rotated back. They're pushing towards B main. Let's just try to rush towards the A site, but there's still the Vice util, the Star util set up here on the defense. Bunny B's alone crossing that wall. A little bit missed here.
So
on
much
the
to
side of
learn
Hikiki.
from that round.
Yep.
Yeah, like now you know the Vice wall's there. You learned that. Dash like to walk up at B. Hikikimori learned that too. So it's like they're just gonna cut noise. Now, Recon at the back. Stack box. Oh, gets hunted by Terror. And still the advantage for the defense, but trailing behind on rotation, so you have a plant right in their face, too. No smokes. No more help is coming. And Cal Sushi watches as 3 players line up in front, and it's just Terror that has to finish it off. Amazing work from Hikikimori to turn this around.
How did he turn it around there for Hikikimori? That was a 3 versus 4. I was just about to say the composition that you currently have for Hikikimori versus what Dash has, it almost feels like you have to continuously start working towards middle and B site, because how are you going to break that wall behind Razor Vines if you're not going to use shock darts to break that and try to cross over as a team? There's just way too much stall happening on that side, yet you're still able to do hero plays from the last 2 players of Cal Sushi and Terror to allow for yourself to get pistol rounds in, get one step closer here to the main event.
Yeah, Dash have to pull out all the tricks from the book. 2 outlaw buys is one way to do it. One down. 2 down. Citrine. Menace again over at B. You gotta watch this if you're Hikikimori. Especially with the gun advantage. Dash won't be able to collect those, but a thrifty opportunity is on the horizon for this defense.
Especially with the big flank coming up right now from Albi. Probably have to start dropping some of these guns out of the map. Or at least hold it out here and expect this push to happen. Albi at this position has to stop peeking. They have to wait right now for Hikikimori to make a move. I love it. That's a well done for them to watch that ladder. They're in a prime position right now to eco for Dash.
All right, Hikikimori get active. Lucky where the sun don't shine. It's not boding well. And it's about the thrifty flawless. What is this? Gotta thank Citrine for that one. The 4K to seal it up and keep Dash in the game.
Dude, Citrine's owning. She was, again, it comes down to those moments where they're trailing behind by a lot, and then you just have that one player on the side of Dash that when you have an opportunity to start popping off, remember she had an ace on the first map. Lots of multi-kills on the defensive walkdown of Haven this time. First blood on, or I guess a trade on the pistol round, and then a 4K with just a Sheriff over on the B site. All those shots just not connecting on Hikikimori's side, and Dash now narrow that gap by 1. This is an eco round for Hikikimori. And I want to see this. How do you prod towards this A site now with this type of composition against all that util over on A?
Oh my god. Bunny B. Oh my god. Do it! You gotta hit one of these, right? Still a lot more bullets left, and the pistol to finish the job. Bunny B is a menace, and gravity becomes your enemy. Unfortunately,
take it.
that's not how I wanted that story to end, but if it's not a marshal, it's an op or an outlaw, and now death, then all of Dash going down to a thrifty on the other side this time. What's going on?
I'd like to think that was intentional, but that's my copium, because you're 30 HP, you're keeping your 2 players on the top of, I like to call that horseshoe on the top of you, and then you just drop down because, one, you don't want to give an orb to your opponents. Secondly, you also kept them so far back, allowing your teammates to push all the way up towards the A site to cut the rotates on the other end. So you just trust your teammates. They're going to be able to take the matter into their own hands, and they did. So the eco dash right back. But thankfully, though, Dash still has money to work with, and even enough for an op for Sitherine.
Boy, and this has been a thorn in HAKI Kimori's side, needing to take time. Okay, no, don't need to take time when you... Red Bull gives you wings, and Bunny Bee is going to take flight all the way to the back of the site, and Dash is not even going to test it. Wait until numbers accumulate. Nothing smoking off the top of the window, but that drone from Kalsushi does reveal threats nearby, and Kalsushi may just head back to use the Hunter's Fury as a last resort. And especially with these kills coming in, Dash have Albi double kill through the front lines. Kalsushi needs to play safe for the ult, as the retake is quite fruitful, but it is not going to have really the support to make this a safe ult. What commanding effort from someone like Albi yet again.
Yeah, very nice. Again, it's cool to see that, yes, you're able to dash over and get control here of that A site, but the thing is that wall still has to get procced up. There's still more delays into the A site. As much as space that Buddy is able to get, the rest of the team can't really follow or even set up for a post plant. And Dash just has great util to retake on their end. Recon and their own flashes. That's always very potent to throw your recon flash here from the top of the A site. Lisa, the more that you're banging your head against that wall, you're starting to see here how Dash kind of operates over on this A side.
Oh, Citrine just looks in the eyes of danger. Has become the danger to try and help Dash get back in this game. Still, the numbers are even, and HAKI Kimori got the objective. They're on the high ground, and Dash have the flash of the clone to thank them. Doesn't matter. Not when Bunny Bee is taking over the lobby, but there's so many heroes. Now there's Albi with the 3K. Oh, Citrine could not sting like a bee this time, and the clutch ends up going HAKI Kimori's way. It's so back and forth.
Yeah, Albi just couldn't get the right click classic in the end. But the fact that Bunny Bee was able to get so much value with the Sheriff up there, double TP up, the pings were through, and then suddenly Kalsushi goes for the assists. Hunter's Fury created a disruption over into the flood retake on the B site, and then Bunny Bee just pushes through to get all those picks. Another low buy round. Back and forth we go in these rounds between Hikikimori and Dash as we switch sides. Much different story as well, as you do definitely have to fight for these rounds for Hikikimori because of the comp that you bring. Vice is really good to play against all this that I've noticed so far. But in the post-plant scenarios, they're really good here at finding these hero moments. Getting openers now for Hikikimori.
Interesting, you keep this Vice wall so far back. Like Dash said, you know, we don't want this skirmish in mid anymore. You can just have it, but not for free. Try to set their own trap, which may create a weaker side over at A, and supplement the firepower with Citrine there, and checking out doing the ult for info. Proso will give that heads up, while all the thorns and all the trouble from Dash are going to be over at B. Whoa! Alright, you got a teammate as a frontline blocker. Bunny Bee will be watching over. Some smoke's gonna stand in their way, so HAKI Kimori will be demanded to play within the confines of B. Dash have recons and shocks to work with. The snack box tries to deliver who is still within the site and how close to the high ground, so Dash can emerge safely around this corner as Autumn will watch the spike carefully.
One enemy remaining.
Now Terror, oh, the two, not done yet. The flawless. Now you're really justifying the Reyna. I'm a Reyna believer.
Yeah, and that's thanks to the opening on the attack side op once again of Buddy B. Dropping all of that util around Albi so that over the A and B site from Albi, that just allows everybody to move up. And that space that you take without having to utilize any util at all. It just allows for you to stall the flood retake here from Dash. And Terror is able to do exactly that. Rain Terror on her opponents. Now forcing another Shiko for the side of Dash. And further back, trying to push all the way up. Nothing gets a ping. But you are still going to be wary of a potential walk down in this middle.
Flash out, wrong angle check. Paranoia is a response from HAKI Mori, and Snackbox may just be stuck. Oh, Alicia's just shot even through the box. Oh, the angle's taken. HAKI Mori will not fall for that trap. So Dash. Now this will be a pretty impossible round to take back with Sheriffs as a retake.
My blind is dead.
She'll put HAKI Mori on match point very soon, although eliminating the lurk. Autumn is gone. Cithrin can get on the flank, and HAKI Mori already tried to get ahead of that game plan using a buddy system.
So what's important, trying to keep Albi alive so that they could use the Steel Garden and maybe give a chance for Slytherin to get openers here.
Take a miracle for Dash.
Enemy
She with the Vandals at range. The lineup is there. Kurosu is clean, and so are HAKI Mori, one step away from being the main event of Game Changers.
Unfortunate we didn't try to use that. You have to risk it if you don't want to play for the overtime here, especially with how well HAKI Mori has been playing so far in this map of Abyss. We talk about how back and forth it's gone here on both sides, but until HAKI Mori finally get their counter thrifties back, it's been them all along here running into the tail end of this game and potentially the series. And that's why I think that Steel Garden pushing forward, double swinging, that would have just maybe only taken out Kurosu, but greatly widened a chance to play the 2 versus 2 in the end, because Slytherin has been awesome so far for the side of Dash.
Oh, Bunny B has an op still too, so it'd be really important for these smokes from Volusia or even Citrine. Try and make this uncomfortable for Bunny B, which has really worked out for these B pushes. I wonder if we're gonna have some kind of encounter again through mid. I mean, we've seen it on saves from Dash, and we've seen it on almost every rifle round. I would not want to challenge HAKI Mori on match point when they have an op anywhere.
And interesting enough, it's Kurosu with the op on the attack, so they are gonna try to shut down a defensive hold with a close range Bucky and Bladestorm. Thing is though, it's 2 players sitting up on that side. It's both duelists.
And it's for the win here for HAKI Mori, and Biffy gets away. Flash teleport out. HAKI Mori playing with their food. Don't net a positive result. Hair's down. At least you still have Bunny B. You still have the op. And an orb here will give Cal Sushi the Hunter's Fury. Much needed ult on the post plant, but you're going to need numbers to support Cal Sushi. They've been in those scenarios before. Oh.
Cage triggered.
Autumn's up to no good. It's been spotted. Look at the attention.
With that
2
pulse to
players,
rotate.
maybe even a third? Yeah.
Cage triggered.
I mean, I respect it. You can play soft side, play a retake on the A site. Get rid of the threat over on B if you can. Just try to force the hand and just take down Autumn. You have player advantage on a retake on a 4 versus 3. Make that a 3 versus 3 even scenario as Autumn gets her 1. That's perfect for the lurk.
Now HAKI Mori know they have a little bit of extra time to take a forward position and get a surprise, but the dimensional drift may just humble Bunny B back towards the site along with Cal Sushi. Actually gonna decloak at a safe spot. Kurosu still heads up over in the window. The decloak of the Yoru, and the paranoia from Kurosu is huge. And the swing, the shot rings true, and it's Snackbox to save the season of Game Changers for Dash. And wait, they're farming the carrots. They're sprouting too, and it's HAKI Mori.
ahead.
That should have been the end, and almost
Concentrate,
caught
Sova.
Stackbox with the final arrow. And now Bunny B is just trolling yet again, but there's no time to defuse, and that is the end of Dash. HAKI Mori
Attackers
take
win.
the series and head to the main event.
What a fight back coming in for HAKI Mori, and a great turnaround for the season for the team as well, as they meet up the other 7 to head into the main event at the end of this month. And that said, though, some great shots coming through. The op on the attack side worked out too for Kurosu as they pushed all the way back towards the spawn. They didn't even need the Hunter's Fury. They were just getting such good space. And even the fact that you had a lurk from Autumn, the kill that she has is against the one that had the Steel Garden of on the side here of their opponents. So that was the biggest kill you could have to guarantee the round here for HAKI Mori.
A big congratulations to them. Oh my god, that was such a fun series. And just all of them from different experience levels, all having their shining moments, coming together at the finish line and crossing it as a squad. But we're going to be looking forward to talking to someone from HAKI Mori because there's a lot on the line for this main event. So stay tuned for that interview. Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers presented by Verizon. We have hit the end of the road for our Swiss stage, and we have qualified all our teams into the main event and had to say goodbye to some absolute stars, and they'll have to face the off season. But man, we were treated to an absolute barn burner today, Vans.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a very similar storyline to even Monday when we're casting together that 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest Red. Even if that second map, the score doesn't really show justice or prove justice into how close these rounds were, that Dash were able to fight very closely. It went back and forth on that second half, but in the end, as I mentioned before, a little bit more fight coming out of Hikikimori. And you could definitely see the difference here, Lemon Kiwi, the amount of first kills that were not spread too far ahead here for Hikikimori versus Dash this time around. And that's, I think, for me, off the back of Sithering a lot, for sure. That really helped Dash stay within this game and stay within reach of trying to push this to that third map.
Yeah, Hikikimori continued to get double digits when it comes to these first bloods. I mean, last map it was 15, 10 of those went to Bunny B. This time it's 12. I'm sure Bunny B was a part of a lot of that because Hikikimori just kept baiting Dash into these mid-map skirmishes. But it was cool to see the appearance of Reina. You don't get to see that every day on Abyss, and Terror showing us just how terrifying their agent pool can be from the Clove to the Reina, and playing it like a Sentinel holding down A solo. But yeah, Sithering, definitely a Jet that has impressed me today too.
Yeah, and you have to show it for a lot of these players having good moments across this series, but definitely when it came down to just how impactful Bunny B was on this Jet, especially even though the numbers don't really show it for them on that second map. Those first bloods on the operator attack side just seems to be very good for Hikikimori to open up these rounds and allow for them to get that victory.
It's a big day if you're a Hikikimori fan. They have made it to the main event, and for our Verizon post-match interview, we have the coach, Coach Red Dot, the brains behind the operation, joining us. So great to meet you. Congratulations. I mean, bring me through the emotions. I mean, all the work that you've done to prepare this team. What does this mean to you?
Thank you so much. It means a lot. It's my first GC run. It's my first time coaching a GC event, so really happy to be here. Glad to qualify. It only took us the entire time of Swiss stage to do it, but we're here, so that's cool. But yeah, it just means a lot, and I know it means a lot to the team as well, so.
Red Dot, actually, I wanted to have for you to give a chance to like introduce yourself as well, because you said this is the first Game Changers event you've done, the first time you're coaching a GC team. You've made it now into the main event, and there's not many moments that we actually have an opportunity to talk to a coach and see like the path that they've taken and how this team also came about.
Yeah, I've competed for a while now in Tier 3. And then I'm in my dorm now. I just got to college, so I kind of stopped competing for a little bit to coach. And Gio, who runs Hikikimori, the org owner, reached out to me to coach for the roster. And yeah, just kind of been here ever since, helping them out and trying my best, right?
Yeah.
Works
out. I mean, you can put that on the resume.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just to follow up on that too, this is probably like then your first time getting that experience around coaching. So how has that been? Because especially when it comes down to the compositions that you guys are pulling out here for Hikikimori, you're not playing too many like standard stuff, I'd like to say, here for the team, right? So how much does it come into learning about the meta, adapting into like your teammates' comfort picks and making strats out of that and making it work?
A lot of what I picked up from coaching and competing is you kind of have to work with what you have. And I have a lot of shooters on my team, right? And if I was to play the meta comp in every map, force them to play a comp they don't mesh with, then it just wouldn't work, right? So I kind of have to work with what I have and then go from there. And I mean, it's working out pretty well. I heard y'all talking about our first bloods, so hey, you know.
Hey. Got some shooters for sure. The shooters be shooting. And I mean, talk to me about behind the scenes. Not often that we get to talk to someone who has the eyes and ears behind there. Like the successes, the challenges, the personalities that you work with. What's it like working with this team?
It's the hardest part about working with them is trying to balance what, like the fundamentals I try to bring in versus what they want to do, right? It's a balance between can they run it down and can they not run it down, pretty much. Trying to get the fundamentals into their head while they're still having fun. If we're having fun vibing, then we're doing great, right? But yeah.
It definitely looked like Hikimori was having fun, and I actually wanted to know your point of view as a coach in these moments where you just see Buddy B and Kalsushi going hand in hand, holding W out, chasing after Eagle kills, and kind of sometimes giving their lives away in those moments. It's got to be stressful as a coach watching it from the sidelines.
Yeah, don't watch my POV, the VOD. It's a lot of head and hands, just what is happening. Dude, they were making fun of me mid-map. Hersey whiffed one round, they're like, yeah, Red Dot would whiff like that. I'm like, guys, what did I do?
Can't even
like,
answer back,
how'd
you're
you
muted.
I know, I can't fight back at all. I don't have to take a timeout or anything. It's like, nah, it's a lot of head and hands, like what is happening. But at the end of the day, usually someone clutches it out. So
Yeah,
usually works
that's
out.
true.
But
Do we have the Red Dot MVP of the match? Did you have someone that you were really impressed with today from the team?
I would definitely say Autumn or IGL.
Mhm.
It's definitely nice. She was gone for a while due to some stuff, so having her back and then basically stepping right back into form with calls and mid rounding, it was really nice to see. So, and it definitely helped us out, as you can tell. So.
For sure. And now to the main event. Tell me which team you're looking forward to facing the most. You got SRG, YFPX, Wadada, 100 Thieves, Ghost, Empire, y'all, and Blue Otter that just joined you today. So who's looking fun to play against?
I'm really good friends with all of the Water people and Blue Water people. So facing Water or Blue Water would be a lot of fun for me. Definitely it'd be a nice challenge too, facing against like Water, right? It'd be a nice challenge and I think it'd be a lot of fun. So I like to play against them.
Yeah, Blue Water said that too. Wadada's got a lot of friends. Looking forward to seeing them, and especially y'all. Congratulations once again. What a match, what a win. Best of luck at the main event.
Thank you so much.
Congrats, Red Dot. Thank you.
That was Coach Red Dot, the guru behind HAKI, Mori, taking some dominant and very entertaining wins today.
Yeah, definitely. And for him to just talk about the team where, you know, there's definitely a lot of back and forth, especially when you're somebody that's new going into a roster where sometimes a lot of these teams kind of like get made up last minute because they kind of know each other as well. So you kind of try to have to bring your personality and also leave a little bit of space so that, you know, the players around the team that you're coaching has fun playing the game as well. So it's a fine balance between that, and it seems as though Red Dot did a great job with Hikimori so far within the stage.
And to announce our 8 teams, you already heard me say it, but say it again. Shopify Rebellion Gold, YFPX, Wadada, 100 Thieves, Ghost Gaming, Empire, HAKI, Mori, and finally Blue Otter will be featured at the main event of Game Changers Stage 2 presented by Verizon. That all starts October 7th, y'all. Mark your calendars. Vans and I are going to be there, along with a ton of other talent that are excited to cast all of these amazing players, including the next generation of talent that we have. And very sad to be saying goodbye to teams like Dash and especially FlyQuest. But hey, there's Raidiant Academy. There's a lot to watch out for on the Raidiant side of things that have been supporting the women's scene for so long in so many esports. So go show them some love. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been Game Changers. We'll see y'all for the main event.
Game Changers, it's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for 6 days.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。